Hello, everyone. Welcome. It is early morning here in Europe, but in China it is 3 p.m. and things are heating up at the FIDE Women's Candidate Tournament. It is a final, guys, and we are very excited to see the battle between two Chinese grandmasters, Lei Tingjie and Zhongyi. I am Women Grandmaster Katie Tazalashvili, and alongside with me is 12th Women World Champion Alexandra Kostyuning, also known as Chess Queen. Good morning, Alexandra.
Good morning, Katie. How excited are we about this match?
Well, we are very excited and a little bit sleepy, but when the game's gonna start, I think everything will be solved. Alexandra, it has been really long run for these two players. Let's take a look how they got in here. We had this tournament running for a long time, and as we can see, Lei Tingjie won Pool A at the Candidates Tournament, and Zhongyi has won Pool B. That's how they're facing each other in the finals. Alexandra, yourself, you took a part of this tournament, and it has been quite a long time, right?
Indeed. The journey started back in 2021, where all those 8 players qualified for the women's candidates that was supposed to be just women's candidates 2022. But then the format got changed. Instead of a round robin that the players were preparing for, they needed to play with a new format and knockout matches. And yes, indeed, Lei Tingjie won the Pool A and Tan Zhongyi won the Pool B. And that came as a big surprise because I think everyone considered Alexandra Goryachkin a huge favorite in that pool.
That's right. We remember that tournament when Zhongyi won convincingly the match without even tie breaks, Alexandra. Now let's take a look at the head-to-head result and check out what's the situation in here. If we have any favorite or by the results that they have played. But one thing is clear here. These two players are from the same city. That's where the tournament is happening right now. They are teammates. They have played a lot of events side to side as a teammates, but not a lot of tournaments against each other. But here we have a slight advantage for Tan Zhongyi in the classical tournaments. Which of these two players do you consider to be favorites according what we see now?
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's hard to pick a favorite. Of course, me personally, I believe that Lei Tingjie is well, she's younger, she's more talented, but Tan Zhongyi has a very important factor on her plate is, and this factor is experience. She's already played a full world championship match against Ju Wenjun back in 2018. And of course, that helps a lot to handle the pressure, to know what to expect, because a match is not a tournament. You're facing one single opponent day after day. Every single minute of your performance, it's just one face in front of you. So it's going to be very tough for Lei psychologically. She's less experienced, but again, her determination is might be the key factor for the match as well.
That's right. Cannot wait to see actually these two players at the chessboard and also the first move. We're gonna speculate a lot about that. But before that, let's take a look at the time control and check it out what we have on the table. So we have 19 minutes for 40 moves and then 30 minutes after 40 moves. Of course, the player's gonna have 30 seconds of the bonus time for the starting like from the first move. This is pretty classical time control, Alexandra. You yourself also played this time control when you won the world championship title. Do you think that this is the most convenient time control? And also another question for me, do you think that the match will end in this time control and we will not have tie breaks?
Well, of course, we'll always hope for a tiebreak, right? Regarding the time control, well, we can speculate and discuss, and this discussion can last for years and centuries even. The time
Mhm.
control, yes, has been changing, but this, as we call it, FIDE classical time control, I think has been using in most of the women's events since, well, I might be mistaken here, but somewhere around 2007. At first, we even played with no additional 30 minutes after move 40, which was a little dramatic. And that's
Mhm.
what they often use in China, by the way. But since 2007 or 2008, this feed time control is being used, as I said, in all the key women's events, and for sure the players are very familiar with it. It's a
Mhm.
little bit less than classical time control, what we really consider classical as 7 hours time control that's going to be used in the world championship match that's coming, непомнящий день движения. But
Mhm.
other than that, I think it's a good balance between like classical chess. It allows you to demonstrate your skills. It still might not be enough for the end game stage, but again, I think the players are ready for it.
That's right. I would also like to ask to our viewers on Twitch and YouTube what you guys think. This match will be decided in the classical time control, or we will see the tiebreaks, which will be first rapid and then the blitz. And obviously, this is everybody's favorite time control. Alexander, now it's time to move forward and see the more details of the tournament. So we're gonna have 6 games in total, and the player who gets 3.5 points first means that's gonna win the match. Then will face Ju Wenjun, former women world champion, who is waiting for the opponents. The tournament will start in July 3rd. This is gonna be Women's World Chess Championship. And guys, now it's time to take a look at the playing venue. Here we have the empty chairs. So far, players are not there at this point. But Alex, oh, hold on, they just arrived right now, Alexandra.
Yeah, how exciting it is. Okay, yeah, it's 3 minutes to start, so they should be getting ready. Um, and well, we'll see a lot of things that we don't know yet. There are no really insight who is helping the players, who
Mhm.
are in their teams, how were they preparing. So we're gonna talk a lot about it. Definitely we're gonna have time throughout this 6 long classical games, and it's just one game that we are following, so it's going to be a total focus. And we see by the honorary guest as well, we see it's Xi Jun, the former
Mhm.
women's world chess champion. She is just next to Lei. It's kind of hard to see right now because another guy is covering the camera. I'm not sure who is this man making the first move, but the e5 move was made, as I said, by Xu Jun.
Right.
Uh,
E4, E5, Alexandra. Are we
yes,
accepting these two moves
I don't
today?
know. Well, we are, but what about the players? You see that Lei Tingjie, yes, returned back the pawns, and
Thank you very much.
that's normal practice because you don't
Right.
have to follow the move that an honorary guest just made. It's just usually for photos, for cameras. Um,
Mhm.
and yeah, still the question remains: does Tan? How will Tan open the first game? What
Right.
is she going to play?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Alexandra. 1 minute before the start of the round, a lot of photographers they're blocking the cameras. We just have the back of the photographers. I think that's a huge celebration of the chess in the city. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to pronounce the name of the city. Ko- Kong Sing. Ah,
I think it's Chongqing. Let our chat enlighten us who were closer, because we're gonna need a lot of help from our chat. We're not very fluent in Chinese, right, in
Yeah.
Mandarin, so so we'll see.
No.
We'll
We
see.
have two variations. We have two variations of this city, but one thing is clear. Oh, they're
It's
just
starting. It's
starting.
starting. Yeah.
Handshake. Here we have, and I think it will
And
be D4.
what
It's
was that? C4.
C.
C4, the
C4.
English. Okay, well, or the Sicilian reversed, as you wish. If
Mm-hmm.
it's E5 after C4, we can name it the Sicilian. Or, well, the most solid reply, I think, is c5, but e5 I consider it to be the most aggressive way, because okay, white gives up. Well, she's not fighting for this d4 square, right? She's not fighting for e5 with the move c4. So why not go ahead and put your pawn onto one of those central squares, which are crucial, and yeah, and to put some control over it. So c4, e5, d3. What a move! I mean, I'm surprised to see such a move. um, Already a surprise comes on the second move for the commentators. And
Yeah,
then
and she played really fast this move. She played in a second, so she was ready for the response from Lei Tingjie to play e5 and d3. Is it reverse Sicilian? What
well, I mean,
Tang
it's
is aiming?
after d3 and bishop before. You know what it looks like? Let's get it back. So if we imagine like a regular Sicilian, right? Knight
Hmm.
f3, d6, bishop b5. Well, that's um,
Moscow line, yeah.
yeah, it's a Moscow variation in the Sicilian, quite an often seen guest in the modern practice. So if we get back to this game, c4,
Hmm.
e5, d3, bishop b4, knight d2. So we see exactly the same position, except, well, black is black, right? They're um, falling one semi move behind. So knight is not on f6 yet.
Right. So it's a
Um,
one tempo.
yeah, so one tempo, and well, that's of course makes a huge difference. If in the Moscow variation white is fighting for an opening advantage, or they want to believe they fight for this opening advantage, that here of course black should be focusing on fighting for equality. And
Hmm.
yeah, I'm still surprised to see such a rare line. You see that the players, well, at least Lei Tingjie is starting to think as early as move three. And by the way, that makes a huge difference. The point where a player starts to think, because we already discussed briefly the time control for this tournament. It's 90 minutes per first 40 moves.
Hmm.
So these players need to reach, when they reach the 40th move, they get an additional time, they get 30 more minutes. And of course, every time they make a move, it's 30 seconds. But if you
Right.
start thinking as early as move three, you're going to run out of, or you might run out of time already by move 25. And, playing in time
Oh.
pressure might be very, very unpleasant. Okay, c5.
G5. Actually, Alexandra, I was looking at the game of these two players, what they have played before. Tang has played C4 in two games, and Lei was always responded with knight F6. So this is the first time, at least what we see in the database. Probably they have played other friendly games or the games that we don't have in the database. But Lei usually goes with knight F6 and then C5. So this might be a surprise from Lei's side to play first e5, but she anyway goes with c5 to control the center now with this move, and seems like she is ready to give up the dark square bishop whenever it's necessary.
Might be not. I mean, she can always retreat the bishop to a5 if needed.
Hmm.
I don't really think she is willing to just capture on d2. So let's dive into details since we have a lot of time for that. So c4 is quite a flexible move, but as I said, right, compared to the first d4, where white puts the pawn on the central square and takes under control the square on e5, c4 allows black to play quite aggressively, allows to put the pawn onto e5 straight away, demonstrating a very aggressive attitude. Like the most solid way, I think, as I said, to meet the English is c5, very symmetrical approach, a lot of theory. Of course, it's possible to play, I mean, any c6, e6, knight f6, even g6 and d6. I mean, all those moves
Hmm.
are possible. They basically often transpose to some other openings and lines. So that can happen if white starts the game with d4.
Right.
But the only move that won't let white transposing into different queens, gambit slavs, and so on and so on is the move e5. Because knight f6, yeah, also make this move. It's a waiting move. If black doesn't have anything against transposing after d4 into some Queen's Indian, into Indian positions, or even King's Indian or Grunfeld, then knight f6 is quite flexible. But again, e5 is a very fast, very straightforward forward move, very aggressive
Right.
move. White doesn't fight for the central pawn. Black says, okay, then I will do it. I will get into
Hmm.
this fight. D3, quite a surprise way, quite a surprise approach. But nowadays, this kind of approach, when a player playing white in plays, if he was or she was black, but with one extra tempo. We see it pretty often in different King's Indian attacks, or when players start with the first b3, right, move,
Hmm.
and then they're playing like something similar to Queen's Indian, but with the colors reversed. So it's a very interesting approach, and it might be pretty uncomfortable for black because she always needs to to compare this position to something similar which could have happened if she was playing. She would be playing white but with one tempo down, so it adds a lot of confusion, unless you forget that it looks very similar to the position with the colors reversed and you just focus on what's going on.
Yeah, that's right. It's so much of the thoughts are behind these moves, right? And so far, we don't really know who are the seconds of these two players or who are the coaches. For sure, there are teams from both sides with a lot of strong grandmasters in it who has been analyzed these positions, and to me it seems like these two players are quite familiar to this position and somehow ready to face it. um, Very interesting. Now Tan plays rather fast, all these moves, and Lei is taking more time for the moves. Not too much, but still she is the one who is checking all the possibilities here. So can we consider that this D3 move was a good surprise from Tan's side?
Well, Lei reacted like very, very fast after d3.
Hmm.
Bishop was bishop before, so she was familiar. I'm not sure we can say that she was expecting this kind of move order because when you're preparing for a match, the most difficult thing is that you don't really know what your opponent is gonna play. With white, no, with black, it's a mystery, right? Especially nowadays when an opening can be learned as fast as in one day. And both those players, they have great memory as they
Hmm.
play like a lot of openings. So even though Tan is more like a d4 or like closed openings player, but she's been using e4 lately as well. Lei is same. I think she started as a d4 player, but then she transposed to, or added, if you wish, the
Hmm.
e4 completely to her repertoire. So she's opening the game like with two hands, both e4 and d4. So you should expect everything. So when you're preparing for a match, you don't know what surprises to expect. So you need to go over every single opening. You need to have a plan for every single move, like c4, d4, e4, knight f3. You need to know what to expect. And there are, of course, different approaches how to prepare. Either, for example, you take like the repertoire with e4, and after every single like main opening, such as Sicilian or the Rui Lopez, right, the Berlin, you just go straight into complications, into those long theoretical lines, and you try to find a surprise around move 25. Um, and yeah, and win a lot of time. um, there is a different approach where you just try to surprise the opponent as early as move two. It's still possible in modern
Yeah.
chess, right, as we can see. And well, Tan Zhongyi, she decided not to fight for the center, not to get into all those theoretical discussions just yet,
Yeah.
and wait and see. She's playing very fast. Well, usually she does. She's a
Yeah.
very fast. I mean, she's a current women's
Rapid
rapid.
champion. Yeah.
Yes, that's no surprise. I mean, even in classical chess, sometimes she puts a lot of pressure on her opponent time wise.
Right.
And
Alexandra, sorry
Mhm.
to interrupt you, but I
Yeah, yeah.
remember one of the interviews that she gave after the game, after the tiebreaks in Pool B,
Mhm.
was the question was like, oh, you played really fast. Uh, like, I think she ended up the games in like 2 minutes from her side. And she's like, yes, this is rapid. You have to play fast. That was her
Exactly,
answer
exactly.
to tiebreak.
This is chess, what to think about, right? So, but what we can see from this first starting moves, what I can say is that she, well, she is playing fast, but probably she just prepared the setup for the moment. Nothing like well, no big fight in the center response, right? So it just quiet moves, quiet development moves, c4, d3,
Mhm.
g3, putting the knight onto d2, developing the king side, castling. And then when black is going to castle, we will see what plan white, I'm sure, had prepared at home. So I'm sure she has some kind of a plan in mind, because again, she's she hasn't used up a lot of time, and we'll see this position. We'll see whether it's happened in practice, because it looks quite fresh. But again, with this kind of closed structure, there might be some games already played with it.
I can only see one game in this position in the database. Oh, actually, few games. But Alexander, before we go very deep into the chess part, you have played against these two players a lot of games. You know very well them. And can we describe individually what's their style? Let's start with Tanjangi and then move to Lei, just to have some kind of picture if we have both positional players, or if we have both uh, players who like to attack and to have sharp position, or maybe we have a mix of it. So to have like kind of picture what we are going to see in next 6 games, let's start with describing the character of Tanjangi, uh, what you have experienced in your own games.
The chess character, right? I suppose.
Hmm.
Well, I've played more with Tan Zhongyi. I've
Yeah.
played, well, in my database, it's 26 games. Probably there were some other games played online. But
Wow, that's a
so,
lot.
yeah, quite a lot. But many of these games were blitz games.
Hmm.
We used to have great events in China, mind games in China, where I went every single year and I enjoyed them very much. So I faced Tan Zhongyi quite a bit. I cannot really, define her like chess character straight away. I wasn't really thinking about it. Mm, Still remains quite a mystery to me. Yeah, more on a positional probably side,
Mhm.
but definitely a universal player. I made a few mistakes in some of my games. For example, in 2019 women's candidates, she did spend a lot of time in the opening. She didn't react correctly with white, but then I made a few inaccuracies, and I ended up suffering under a very
Mhm.
unpleasant attack. Mm,
Right. I'll give you some time to for
yeah,
Lei
I
to
will.
describe because we can take a look at the profile of Tan Zhongyi to check out what achievements she has at this time. She is 31 years old and she is the reigning women's rapid chess champion. This tournament happened New Year's Days in Astana, and she's also the women's world champion 2017-2018 years. She lost the match against current champion Ju Wenjun, and she is also qualified to the candidates tournament from the World Cup. Besides all these achievements, she is also the member of the uh, Team China, who won the Olympiads in Batumi and many other events. She was the member of the Chinese team. And Alexandra, I have a lot of memories with her because we are in the same age category. We played a lot of youth tournaments, and I remember that she was winning
Mm,
all the tournaments. And there was one case, I was really small. It was my first tournament at the World Youth Championship, and in the first round one of the Georgian girl paired up with her in the first game, and she was like, I'm not lucky, and she started to cry, and I had no idea what was wrong with that. And now after the end of the tournament, she won the all the games, I think, and she was really scary opponent for all the girls. Um, and as according to the information in internet, she has won a lot of youth championships as well. So from the early age she has been there, winning a lot of tournaments, getting used to this fact that she's winning. So and after all, after so many years now, we have the player who is trying to win the world championship for the second time, in fact.
mhm.
Well, now let's move to Lei. And before you describe, we had a comment in the Twitch chat that I will read it out. Elise Mal says that Lei won Women's Grand Swiss with a lot of dynamic games. So if we also agree with that, we might have the battle of the dynamic player and the strategic player in this match.
Well, they're
What do you think?
both pretty universal. I would say
Hmm.
they both can do very well in complications. Um, Probably Lei is a little bit, yeah, more well, complications. I would say would be a little bit in more in her favor,
Hmm.
and they're pretty stable positionally, which is also pretty important. They can play like boring positions with no problems at all. And Lei is a mystery to me, more a mystery to me, because I've played only 9 games, including blitz games, and I think only one or two
Hmm.
classical game. Yeah, I played only 2 classical games against Lei, and I lost both of them.
Oh.
Yeah, so yeah, Lei is definitely like she's a younger player. I haven't
Yeah.
had a lot of games against her. I did get unlucky in some blitz games and wasn't able to convert and even lost some of them. But okay, so and also she's just 26, as we saw in the slides, informational slides about the
Yeah, she
player.
just celebrated her birthday like few days ago, turned
I-
26 years old.
Indeed,
Yeah.
but in the last 3 years or so, just on the version she was getting to the top,
Hmm.
everything stopped for her.
Oh,
I
wow.
mean that. well, that's a tragedy, I think, for such a talented player that was that is climbing to the top. That the pandemic came, China got closed. I
Hmm.
mean, this player that we see on the slide of her, the photo of her we see on the almost hasn't played in official events for
Right.
the last 3 years. Can you imagine for such like a determined player, focus players? It should be such a tragedy because okay, in 2021 she just played
Oh,
one
wow.
event, and it was Grand Swiss. So she has only one chance. She goes there, she wins it. In 2022, she's back with only one event,
And
and
she means that.
she wins it. I mean, it's impressive. Just one out of one, 100%. And yeah, I checked out in the database. There are basically almost none of her games after Monaco. So right now, we're witnessing her to play her first official game
Hmm.
of 2023. I mean, including Blitz and Classical. There are many official Blitz, Classical, Rapid online events. And it
Yeah.
seems that she's not being very active online as well. Because, for
Alexandra,
example, yes.
I had a small chat with her in Monaco
Mhm.
after the Pool A, and she was thinking to play the World Championship in Astana, Rapid and Blitz, and she was not so sure. She said that, but if I go there, then I don't have too much time for the match, and I want to be well prepared for that. So she skipped this event. She could play as Tan
Mm.
Zhongyi played, but she decided to skip. And I can imagine that she had a massive training camp for this match, and she's like all in for this tournament. And she even sacrificed to play the tournament. And Lei Tingjie is in fact the medalist of the Rapid World Rapid Chess Championship back in 2016. As I remember, she got the silver medal at the tournament. So she's really good at the Rapid and Blitz tournaments, but she decided to focus on this particular tournament.
Yeah, I remember her determination. It impressed me. I remember in Riga, like the
Hmm.
minute she won the Grand Swiss at the closing ceremony, she was running with this fire in her eyes, saying, "Okay, when is this candidates? When should I be ready for?" And I mean, we had no clue at that time. There were rumors that it's supposed to be in May 2022 somewhere. And so I remember her running and saying, "Okay, okay, give me the dates, give me." And I thought, wow, that's the determination. That's definitely the will to play and to win. I mean, we know that it can backfire. You need
Hmm.
to have this balance. Sometimes, if you want something a lot, just, just for some reason, things just don't click your way. Sometimes you need to let it go, to relax.
Hmm.
But of course, on the other hand, such a determination, such a readiness to work and to win, uh, they're gonna pay out in the long run. So
Yeah,
we'll
that's
see.
right.
Yeah, we'll see. Tan is definitely more relaxed in terms of her results. Yeah, she's been there. She knows she's capable of winning, of handling the pressure of playing a world championship match. It's a different story for her. She's more experienced. Yes,
Hmm.
31
That's
year
right.
old. But we'll see. We'll see. Fire and ice. It's always interesting, right, to see those two clash.
That's right, Alexandra. Actually, another very interesting thing which you started to talk about Lei is that she had not much of the opportunities to play because of the pandemic. She is one of the players who achieved the grandmaster title at the very young age. She became grandmaster when she was 19 years old, and that's the time when you need to play a lot of events right away to get more and more. But because of the obvious reason, she probably could not be able to travel or to play the tournaments. And I remember both of these players actually were struggling to travel in Europe to get actually permits to travel. And then I remember that Tan Zhongyi stayed at the tournament right after Pool B to not to travel to China because it would be very difficult then to travel back to Astana, and that's why she was there. I think more than 2 weeks. And Lei was also talking that about these problems that after Monaco she had to quarantine for 2 weeks in the
Yeah,
hotel
indeed.
room, and she was getting ready with it with the snacks and some movie, the playlist of the movies. And it is so difficult to travel for a tournament for like 10 days, let's say, for 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks of the quarantine. It's also not very practical for them.
Yes, indeed. And that's what I was saying. Yeah, when you said that Lei had a chance to go to Almaty, but she decided not to go to the Rapid and Blitz
Yeah.
to prepare. Well, I would be surprised if it's true, actually, because again, it's a world championship. It's a world champion, two world championship titles on stake. And as I
Yeah.
said, this player, she's very like motivated in getting those medals and those titles. And but I thought I figured
Hmm.
out that it was really difficult for her to get a visa. No, not every single Chinese player managed to get one, uh,
Hmm.
and probably because of this quarantine after this trip, it just she didn't feel ready. But yeah, again,
Hmm.
we see this game happening now, and let's take a look because I think a lot of things actually had happened while we were discussing the players. um,
Hmm.
as you mentioned before, the bishop on b4 that used to be there actually can be exchanged for the knight on d2. And I said,
Hmm.
no, there is no really point to giving up this bishop. Well, what we see now, we see that uh, Lei decided indeed to take this knight on d2.
Hmm.
After white castled, she went on and grabbed the knight. Okay, we must, I think, say that knight b3 might have been an idea for some point for white, and then a3, and then trapping this bishop anyway. But still, I mean, giving up the bishop always, I mean, makes me feel a
Voluntarily
little bit.
without even,
Yes,
yeah,
without
talking.
even this a3, knight
Yeah.
b3 moves, makes me quite surprised, let's put it this way, because bishop a5 was an option. Okay, we can argue that the bishop would eventually need to go somewhere to c7 and look at this pawn chain, but there is a
Hmm.
potential for this pawn chain, right? To play black might play d5 one day, get this Maroczy style pawn structure. Again, that reminds positions with the color reversed, and still have this bishop alive. While in the game, black captured on d2, white took back with the
Hmm.
bishop, and then h6 move followed. So does it mean that black is getting ready to go all in, to like dive into this aggressive attack? Because otherwise, I don't really see the point of making this small, tiny pawns move.
Yeah, I think F5 will be the next move, and Lei probably feels very comfortable in this position. Even G5, F4, and to start the king side attack, Black even can castle on the short side, and then after F5, just develop the bishop on E6, queen to D7, and yeah, it is quite pleasant position here. Meanwhile, the question is where White is starting to play. Should White somehow respond with knight e1 f4 on the king side? Should White ignore the king side and go ahead with a3 b4 on the queen side? Center so far is controlled, but that's the question that uh, we can ask here, and I think Tan's next move will reveal that answer, what she's planning after h6. Alexander, what do you think? Why h6? Why not
Yeah,
f5 right away or
well,
castle?
I5 is a little double-edged. I mean, all this attack, even what I was showing, h6, g5,
Hmm.
f5. For the moment, okay, you can push those pawns forward, but it's not going to lead to a checkmate, right?
Yeah.
How do you make things work? We know that with a fianchetto bishop, with the
Hmm.
bishop on g2, it's very hard to checkmate, and it's going to require a lot of time and a lot of weaknesses, because all those pawns moves are great, but when you make them, you should keep in mind that pawns don't go backwards,
Right.
and it's a huge like responsibility every time you push a pawn forward. And I also think that, well, black, well, they're black, right? It's not white. So they're falling behind in time, and white's plan, I think, should be connected with pushing the pawns on the queen side,
Hmm.
a3, b4, putting some pressure on these pawns, and then bringing the rook to b1. And here we go,
a3.
a3, quite fast, and yeah, quite obvious with this bishop on g2. That is kind of cutting the board along the long
Hmm.
diagonal. You just want to put pressure on these pawns onto b7 pawn, and well, I'm not so sure about black's play, to be honest. Bishop takes d2, h6, played very fast. But
Hmm.
again, what is black gonna do? Because g5, f5, all those moves, they look like burning bridges. I mean, once you make those moves, there is no turning back. And again, as I said, yes, those are very active moves, but they can backfire if you
Hmm.
are not getting anything. And I just don't see how. Okay, for example, I will give you like five moves to play. What are you gonna do? How is it even possible to create any threats on the king side, even if you have like five extra moves? Okay, not considering
Ooh,
h5, h4, h3, h6, g2, right? But some like logical a5. Yeah,
right
a5 is
away.
a logical way. Black is trying to stop before, because again, if white plays before, I think well, she's getting an advantage. But now, first of all, we should consider before anyway, right?
Mhm.
I mean, who knows? Because as I said, black is a little bit, I mean, maybe quite a
Behind the
lot
development,
behind in
not sold
development.
yet. Yeah.
Maybe it's not that dangerous yet, but we should consider such an option, in
Hmm.
like Benko style gambit, because those positions, again, they're always reverse colors. They give us ideas from other openings that actually white is playing often with black. But here, white has extra time. Here, for example, c5. I mean, some things can start happening very fast. c5 is not, of course.
Hmm. It's
Needed,
actually
but
very
I just want to
interesting.
give, yeah, an idea that since the king is still in the center, since white pieces are better developed, some tactical ideas can start to work out very well for white. And okay, before it's just one option, one possibility. I think black's idea, in case if white plays rook b1 and try to prepare before, is to play a4 and stop this queen side um, invasion by white. But again, the pawn on a4 is a weakness. I mean, how can you protect this pawn, right? So only with your
Hmm.
pieces. And okay, the rook usually is just too strong of a piece to protect a pawn. We
Hmm.
usually don't like such a setup. But here, black will need to keep an eye on this pawn. And imagine this knight getting to c3 at some point and putting some more pressure. So a lot
The
of
pawn
things
will
to
be
consider.
gone. Yeah,
Hmm.
for sure.
Yeah.
Actually, Alexandra, I'm thinking that at this point, maybe it's better to go here with white b4 and use the momentum before black castles and go crazy, play c5 or d4 sometimes, but just to make some changes and not to let lay to fix and destabilize the queen side with a4. Is it
Mm,
before the first candidate move here for white, or there's other moves too?
Oh, there are many moves. Definitely, it's definitely the point to stop and think,
Mhm.
because I think White got an edge out of the opening, and it's like a huge thing in the modern chess. If you get positions that you're more familiar with, that you know a plan, and your opponent, well, is doing something that's not so obvious and not so clear if it's good ways to meet your plans with. So b4 is definitely one move, but again, when you're getting into such forced lines, when you're getting into those complications, you kind of take out some steam pressure, and they can lead to more exchanges and just simplifying the game and draw result right sooner. So I'm not sure what Tan's plan is, her approach is. Does she really want to start complications that soon? Of course, if she, feels that that's the right point, she would do it. But here, there are other plans to consider, other ways to play with white. But yeah, b4, the plan connected with b4 one way or another is definitely one of the key plans here. As I said, b4 can be played straight away. Rook b1, a4, and even then considering b4 or b3 can be an idea. And well, there are many plans connected with preparing d4 or f4 or any single pawn movement. So yeah, as I said, I think it's the right moment for Tan to think about all those possibilities. She has time.
Yeah, she has actually more time than Lei. Oh, actually, they just have equal
Well,
earlier.
it's
It was like
yeah,
10
almost
minutes
equal.
difference, but now they got equal. Both of them are quite focused right now. Um, and yeah, it is really interesting how this is gonna go. It will be a sharp game, or it will be a peaceful draw, as it is the starting of the match, and somehow you just need to warm up a little bit. What do you think, Alexandra? Are we gonna have some warm-up games at the beginning, or they will go for the
Yeah, that's a
decisive
good
results?
question because usually in longer world championship matches, I think
Hmm.
players tend to just to play it slow. Just for the first few games, it's they're more looking around, getting used to the atmosphere of the match because you need to get used to it, right? As I
Hmm.
mentioned, there is only one player in front of you. There's a lot of pressure, so it's more mm, exploring, more like getting ready, finding out what your opponent might have prepared throughout those long months of preparation. And Usually, those games are quiet and they end in draws, and then the big fight is coming closer to the middle of the
Hmm.
match. But here the match is quite short. It's just
Yeah.
6 games. So 3 games with white, 3 games with black. And as I said, nowadays it's possible to prepare 3 totally different openings for 3 single games, right? One game we can see Tan playing c4, okay, and then the whole team of Lei will start preparing, for this c4, d3, knight f3, g3 setups. And then here comes another game, and Tan plays d4, then e4. Who knows? Again, many strategies, many possibilities to play a match. So we'll see. We'll see.
Hmm.
Fire can start any moment, I think, in this match. When this moment is gonna come, nobody knows. But if we, even in this World Championship matches, for example, the match between Nepo and Carlson, here comes B4
Before,
immediately. Yeah,
there we
B4.
go.
So complications. Hooray. Yeah, and Lei, she's funny to look at because she's making such faces. She's definitely a very charismatic player and enjoyable to watch. Sometimes when you watch a chess game, you don't only pay attention to what's happening on the board, but you also pay attention to
The players'
expressions. Yeah,
expressions.
players. As my mom used to say when she used to travel with me, she doesn't know how to play chess, so only the basic rules. But she said, "Well, I don't need those engine evaluations, and those knowledge. I just look at you and I can read everything what's going on. I can understand." So she, yeah, she was reading me
Yeah.
very well. And Lei, she's
Actually,
funny too.
Alexandra, I
Mhm.
also tricked a lot of times my mother because she doesn't also know how to play chess, and I'm a very proud person, always sitting very straight and actually I thought I was always better, but very often it has been situation when I was 2 pawns down and my mom thought that I was actually winning that game. So it is how
It's possible
you.
to trick your mom. Okay, okay, I got
Yeah,
it.
and also opponents too. Very often, maybe not at this level, but when you're playing youth championships, sometimes you pretend you sacrifice when you actually blunder. But in general, it is so important to feel the emotions from the opponent. Very often, you see how the game is going when you feel some of the impressions from your opponent. And here we have two different type of players. Lei is showing a lot of emotions as we have seen here, and Tan is very quiet. She's not very often showing much of the emotions, and she's most of the times very relaxed at the
Mm,
games. So it is really hard to read much from her face.
well, from her face, yes, but I mean, inside she can be burning. And what
Hmm.
I was saying, that any game can turn out to be a crucial one. If we like
Yeah,
recall the last match between the World Championship match between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen, definitely it's a game of six, right?
yeah,
Turn everything around, right? It was a very tense match up to that point, and then things just collapsed for Jan.
yeah,
So basically, it can be a very, very, very tense match until the moment something happens. And
yeah. That's
when
true.
this moment is gonna come, well, only afterwards we'll be able to analyze. Of course, we can make predictions. I'm not very good in those, but just to
Actually,
speculate, we can.
Alexandra, as this is the game of the match of 6 games,
Mhm.
any decisive result can be quite crucial because
Yeah, indeed.
then you have to first of all win the next game, recover from the lose, win the game, and then win again if you want to win the match. So that's a double win you need after each lost. So I was really expecting first game to be more relaxed, just getting used to stuff. But these two players seems to be really hungry for chess. At least Lays, because
Well,
her
but
last
okay.
tournament was long ago. She wants to play now. But she's facing Tanzhangi with white pieces, and Tanzhangi is having really, really good position. She's the one who starts to open up the game now with b4.
Yeah, lay playing with black, so it's very important, right? Well, for her, it's a very important game. Every game with black, it's like
Hmm.
you need to keep. I mean, to be able to handle the pressure coming from your opponent. And here, I mean, before does demonstrate that white is ready for like complications, but again, as I mentioned, all those complications, they just might lead to some exchanges and a draw,
Hmm.
because I think this line is very likely to happen. Of course, a black doesn't want to give up this pawn immediately, because then this is going to be a weakness forever, and it's
Right.
going to be quite easy to put some pressure onto it. So black is going to protect this pawn, and now, yeah, actually it's happening. A takes b4. Lei just played, and now white needs to win this pawn back somehow. Knight e1, knight c2 might be an idea, right? But okay, it just requires some time to get the knight there
Mhm.
to c2, and probably black can use this time to somehow simplify in the center. I'm not sure how, though. D5 is not, of course, possible yet. It needs to be prepared, but it feels like this is the moment where like a precise move can from black
Mhm.
can equalize the position.
Right. And Alexandra, is there a possibility for white to open up the center with d4, like before black castles? Let's say at the point when we played.
Here.
Oh,
Instead
how
of rook
this
b1.
rook got on it? Okay, they have
Wait.
traded
Okay,
the
so they
rooks
traded,
already.
but it's different, right? Okay, let's get back. Rook a5. Was it really played? What was it?
No, 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 no. I think
I
it's
don't think so.
digital
Yeah, yeah.
board.
Okay,
So,
okay. Well, now it's
right.
something. Okay, now something weird is happening on the on Chess.com board, but I'm pretty sure that the line that we're seeing is the one that I just showed. So here, of course, I'm taking with the knight. Somehow, I feel like yeah, that's the current position. I feel like it would be good for black to force
Get the bishop,
to
yeah,
force
back.
white in a way yeah, to give up this bishop, because if black takes with the pawn, then indeed c5 d4 can start happening, and those two bishops, a pair of bishops, can give a lot
Hmm.
of headaches to black. So
Right.
knight takes b4 seems to me quite almost like the most reasonable move. D4
I think
here.
knight before is already on the board.
Mhm.
Oh, no, no, we don't have
We don't
that
have
on the
it yet.
board.
Yeah, Lei is
No.
sinking right now, right here. Okay, knight takes b4. Of course, white can consider different moves, even such as d4, for example. I mean, who knows? Because knight c2 is not possible because of queen a4, right? With double attack.
Hmm.
So, and if black takes, then knight takes d4. And again, yeah, your question is a very good one. Can white do something in the center while black is undeveloped, while the king is still on e8? And that means that one more move is required to castle. I mean, yes, it's possible. Okay, now like castling should be um, done. Okay, we got back somewhere. Mm. And where are we right now? Yeah, rook a1, queen a1. And it's possible, but again, if we get back to the position that I was discussing, mm, white will always have this compensation for the pawn, even if she doesn't win it back. If she doesn't win it back with this beautiful pair of bishops, but okay, if you are like sacrificed a pawn, you got to be careful, right? Because you can end up playing a pawn down for no
Hmm.
compensation. But okay, white for the moment, white is far away from this danger.
Right. Let's take a look at the full screen right now. This is the current situation. What we can say is that Lei with black pieces got surprised on the move d3. Quite unusual approach by Tan Zhongyi here, and the Tan Zhongyi is the one who has always the most time on the clock, and she's the one who opens up the position and brings some of the complications. And here we have on the other side of the board, Lei Tingjie, very focused and furious. What's going on?
Yes. Why did you
Seems
sacrifice
like.
this pawn? What's going on? What's going on? A lot of calculations right now in her head, as we can see. It's also sometimes it's interesting to look not only at the face expression, but also at
Mhm.
the eye movements, how they move. It's been proven, there were some experiments done with like screenshot of an eye movement of a professional chess player and of an amateur chess player, and the difference is just amazing, like the speed and wideness, if we can say so, of a
Yeah.
professional chess player is so much, I mean, it's so much well, we see, right, almost automatically we're like used to see the whole board. It's very important. Sometimes, chess is a game of attention. Sometimes you just need to look carefully at what's going
Mhm.
on. It's enough. Calculations, of course, are important, but sometimes, especially in shorter time controls, if you look carefully um, at all the pieces standing badly, or all the pieces that are unprotected, more than
Yeah,
enough.
that's right. That's right. Tang had a sip of tea, I would assume, or maybe even coffee. Lei has not left the board
Mm.
yet, Alexandra, and Tan Zhongyi was having some of the walks. She had 2 cups of tea or coffee or maybe both of them, and enjoying
Right.
the moment. And also Alexandra, yesterday at the press conference, they both made very interesting comments, and Tan Zhongyi called Lei Tingjie the most familiar stranger. So, why is that? Tan Zhongyi said, and I quote, that compared to playing hundreds of games with Ju Wenjun, Lei Tingjie and I are the teammates in Kong Kyung. Oh gosh, I failed second time to
Chongqing,
pronounce this.
yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And so we have the fewer games with each other, and we were kind of most familiar strangers. So that says a lot. That says a lot that they are very friendly. They play side to side most of the time, and it should be a little bit uncomfortable. Alexander, you have the most of the experience with that because you have been played against of your teammates. Can you tell us how would you describe that? You're friends before the start of the game, then you are the rivals, and then after the game you are again friends. So how does that feels? Does it somehow affects your thoughts during the process, or you
Yeah,
don't
lots, of course. It's a very difficult thing to play against your teammate, or even more difficult to play against somebody that you're close with, against your friend. Sometimes you need to play against them. And okay, playing against them is fine, you're focusing on the game while it goes on. But for me, the most difficult thing is what happens afterwards, especially if you win. I mean, then you have this, feeling that yes, you won, but nothing personal, it's just chess, just a game. It doesn't really affect, well, in my point of view, how you're feeling towards them as a person, as a human being. And sometimes it hurt a lot that, you considered someone, well, maybe not a friend, but a very good teammate, and then something happened, like in the game you won, for example, and this player stopped talking to you. You say, come on,
oh
come on. How is
oh
it
for one
possible?
month.
Yeah, or something like that,
In my
till the
case,
next time she beats you. Yeah, but
yes.
that hurts a lot. But usually, okay, since we're, I mean, having such situations so often, they might be unpleasant, uncomfortable in a way, some extra thoughts before and after the game. But yeah, we're professionals. We need to like know how to focus and how to stop with those not connected, entirely connected, directly connected to the chess game thoughts. Although, yeah, it might be a challenge.
Right. Some people take this very personal. We have this comment in the chat. I agree. I think Alexander just mentioned that to you guys. We have been here already for 15 minutes. That's
Wow, time flies, huh?
yeah, yes, that's true. And we have very interesting situation, guys. We are going to take very short break, but players are not taking any break. And by the time we are back, you guys, we're gonna have a lot of changes because the game is just heating up right now. Don't go anywhere because we'll be back in a few minutes with more actions.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of pro for free.
Today we're going to go down into the New York City subway, set up a table on the subway platform, and see if we can get some strangers waiting for their trains to play chess with us. All right, now I'm going to see if I can get anybody. Hey.
I'll be white.
White.
Yeah, 'cause I need all the advantage I can get.
Sounds like he knows what he's doing a little bit. Don't worry, I'm not that good.
Yeah? You're just out here playing chess, not that good.
Got the Chess.com app. Do you ever play on your phone?
Oh, yeah.
He said he barely played.
I'm a teacher.
What do you teach?
Chess. I'm just kidding. Self-defense.
How do you stay sane?
I used to do a lot of meditation, take medication.
What's like lesson 101 of self-defense?
Run.
What are you listening to right now? Train, Sean Paul, Ed Sheeran. What is the meaning of life?
It's funny because like what I'm doing, I feel like doesn't align with my philosophy on what the meaning of life is, but it's like obviously spend as much time with family as possible.
The best person you can be, get closer to God, not to be evil to each other.
There you go.
Good game. Thanks for playing. Good game. Thanks
man.
for playing.
Appreciate it.
I'll see you in a self-defense class. Enjoy Harry Styles.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament final between Lei Tingjie and Zhongyi, game 1. And all the actions just started about 1 hour ago. A lot of action still ahead of us. I'm women grandmaster Katie Tazalashvili, and alongside with me is women's world champion, Alexandra Kostyniuk. Alexandra, now let's take a look at the list of the women's world champions of the previous years. And here we have your name as well. This is quite impressive names out there, I have to say that.
Yeah, I agree, indeed.
Alexandra, we do have here Chinese flag dominating Hou Yufan 2 times, 3 times in fact, Tang Zhongyi and Ju Wenjun. And now we have 3 chess players, 3 names right now, also from China. This is Ju Wenjun, who is the current women world champion, and one of these finalists, Tang Zhongyi or Lei Tingjie, will play in the finals. And we're going to have another women's world champion from China. That's pretty impressive for the country.
Amazing, yes, yes. China has been one of the leading countries, well, for the women's chess, definitely for the last 20 years or so, maybe even more than that. Because, well, we see just the titles of the world champions since 2008. But before that, like before me, Xu Yuhua was the winner of the world championship from 2006 to 2008. Then was Zhu Chen that actually won against me. She became the world champion in 2001. I played against her in my very first final of the women's world championship in Moscow back in 2001. And then there was Susan Polgar, but Xu Jun also was the like one of the brightest, right? The leading, the dominant. It's all started, I believe, with Xi Jun in China. So she became the women's world champion in 1991. And since 1991, as I said, there were many great women's grandmasters and champions in China. It's all started, with Xu, and those players that we are watching today, they definitely continue this tradition, this great tradition of women's chess in China. It's all started with women in China, at least in chess, and then afterwards, men kind of started coming, and they even like the men's team, they won the Olympiad, right? And they became such a force in China as well. And we're gonna see it later. I mean, in less than 2 weeks or what, the World Championship match between Yan Nepomniachtchi from Russia and Ding Lijeng from China. So, like China's fans from China have a lot of things going on, and a lot of like action, and I'm very happy for them.
Right, a lot of things are said with that. The chess and China is quite related, these 2 terms. And as you mentioned about men's team, that has happened in Batumi Chess Olympiad when women team and the men team both won the events, and indeed that's the greatest success for the team. And ever since, they have not stopped and won a lot of medals individually as well. Well, let's get back in the action. Here we have the move from Lei Tingjie. She just took the pawn on b4, as you were telling us. That's the better to take with the knight here, at least to get the bishop back. Tang Zhongyi is taking her time here, and the time difference is now 14 minutes on the clock, where Tan is considering few continuations. Now to take the knight on b4 is an option, or as we were demonstrating earlier, d4 is another option. Maybe there is also some other moves that right now Tan is thinking. I think she will take a little bit more time here. And meanwhile, Alexandra, I would like to get another quote from the another participant, Lei Tingjie, from the press conference, where she actually is very happy that the next women's world champion will be from China, obviously, and she hopes that it will be from her city. So it means that for sure she wants to win the tournament, and she says that that's her ultimate goal, to be a women's world champion. But if she loses the match, then according what she says, I think she would support Tan Zhongyi to win the title, to become second time world champion. And this means that they are very, very good friends and supporting each other.
And that's impressive that both of those players, not only from China, right, but from one city, Chongqing, where this match is taking place. And that shows how important it is from a very young age for a player to be surrounded by other talented players, because it's kind of that's where it starts, this competition. It brings like you some motivation, it gets you along, it pushes you. So it's very hard to live somewhere far away with no chess players around, so this social part is also very, very important. And I'm very happy when I see chess clubs and a lot of kids participating in chess activities in a city, in a country. That means a lot. I'm being asked, or I'm often being asked, what to do, how to, why Chinese, for example, right, are so like developed, they are so well, and they have so many world champions. Well, I'm sure that the answer lies in those chess clubs where from a very young age players can study, learn, play against each other. And yeah, you see, two players born in the same city now playing the finals of the women's candidates.
What a celebration for the city, for sure. This is a really big city. Coming from Georgia with 4 million people in total for country, this city has 32 million people.
But if we're gonna talk
According
about
to
Georgia, right, and your tradition in women's chess, it's not less
yes,
impressive, huh? What a
yes, that's
country
true
for women's
actually.
chess.
What you were saying about Xu Jun is that she won the title 1991. That's the player who stopped Georgians' hegemony. Because we had two world champions, Nona Gafrindashvili, Maya Chiburdanidze, who were who were champions for 5 years each. So there was a long, long period when Georgians' names, really complicated names, were out there, and they were very, very popular. Unfortunately, after that, we have not achieved any more title in the women's section or men's section. But indeed, Nana and Maya are two names that are the reasons that most of us Georgian players are now playing chess. And yeah, we definitely have great traditions
Well, it's
in
impressive.
chess.
Yeah,
Not
even nowadays, if you go and ask in the Russian-speaking community, at least, about like what women's chess players do you know, I think at least half, maybe even more, are gonna name those two players, like Nonaga Printashvili and Maya Chiburdanidze. It's something really impressive, and that's great.
Mhm.
Again, you see how important it is for a
Yeah.
country, for a city, for like those role models to exist, because they bring a lot of attention, a lot of new faces, a new generation to the game. And yeah, that's
Mhm.
always mm, very, very important.
Yeah, that's indeed true. Well, here we are in this tournament in actually China. Both of these players are playing from home. Should be very comfortable to play at home, and also a bit of more responsibilities because there are a lot of people following you, supporting you. I'm sure the city is divided into parts, but anyway, they are at the right place. And no matter what happens, the winner will be from their country. So we do have actually a little bit more moves, or that night before is the final one.
Yeah, actually, we took a break at a very good moment, right? Where after Queen takes A1,
Mhm.
um, Lei thought for quite a long of time, so 13 minutes, which
Mhm.
kind of impressive for me that she spent so much time considering probably taking with a pawn, not with a knight, because knight takes before. I mean, it looks like almost, as I said, a force move to me. And
Right.
now it's Tan's moment to think, because as we discussed already, bishop takes before is definitely a possibility.
Mhm.
Okay, it feels a little bit sad to give up your dark squared bishop. There are other ways like to proceed, such as d4, but it looks a little bit too aggressive for the moment. White can start with capturing the knight on b4, and after c takes b4, continue calmly with putting some pressure on the b4 pawn, or consider something like c5 or d4, which again doesn't look very dangerous, but who knows? I mean, even if we imagine something like this, d4, e takes d4, and then even knight takes d4, trying to break those pawns, not to win back immediately what's been sacrificed, but just, keep the pressure going because castling seems to be like almost an obligatory move. And now rook d1, knight b5, trying to win this pawn first, then those two pawns they are hanging right all the time, playing like in the Catalan a little bit
Mhm.
style with this bishop on g2, putting some pressure on b7. So this kind of play is possible. It can happen in different like ways. For example, rook b1, knight c6, and again here white can just try to simply get the knight to c2 and win back this pawn, or dive into all those complications. But c5 here, it's not really attacking the pawn on d6. So
Mhm.
after short side castle, white cannot really win back this pawn, so it doesn't bring anything. While d4, I think it's still possible. So many moves to consider, many possibilities to continue the game, and that's why Tan is taking her first long thought right here, right now.
Yeah, she
After.
can either take on b4 or even push d4 right away.
Yes.
Alexandra, we do have a question in the
Mhm,
chat, which is actually very interesting. How about taking b4? C takes b4,
mhm.
and then to play queen to a4 to give a check right away. Um, and I was actually considering that line as the first option, but it's very interesting. Things can really turn that sense. Can we make it on the board?
Yes, of course. I
Um,
mean, yeah, it's another way of attacking. Let's say
mhm.
this b4 pawn, so you can, yeah, give a check with a double attack, right? So I'm expecting to see knight c6, of course, not letting this pawn go for the moment, and then knight g2, something like this, right? To put
Yeah.
pressure on the c6. Okay, but then what if I castle? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna give up this bishop for this knight?
That will
It's a little
really,
bit,
really
yeah.
weaken the light
I
squares
mean,
on the king side.
it's always such an unfortunate decision, right, to make because, well, those white squares are gonna be
Mhm.
weak forever. And yes, you win back. Not sure which one to take actually. This one. Then okay, then all those bishop h3, queen a8. I mean, you need to watch out for this king. Um, I would
Right.
be worried. In other words, I would be
Yeah.
worried to give this bishop away. It is possible. It is a possibility, of course. Checkmate. I mean, it's not happening straight away, but somehow it feels more difficult for white to play here
Mhm.
and easier for black. And in the practical point of view, even when the evaluation is equal between the lines, you still tend to choose a line that's easier for you to play, right? You want it to be more difficult, more unpleasant for your opponent. So that's how you pick one line over another. Of course, those players they calculate a lot of lines that I'm
Mhm.
showing just briefly now, and they make this assessment which one is like more pleasant. They might be approximately equal in the computer point of view, but for a human being, it's a different
Yeah, it
story.
feels totally different. There is a question about d4 too. Instead of taking the
Mhm.
uh I think after bishop b4, c takes b4, queen e4, and knight c6 in that line.
In that line.
Um,
Okay.
Actually, in that line, Alexandra, like now, of course, you will not take on d4, but you can castle here for black with black. And if white plays d5, then this is this weird move, knight to b8, I suppose. And when
Why?
white takes on b4, you can play knight a6,
A6.
knight c5. Thank you very much. I have beautiful square on c5. I am very happy with my position. I can play f5 next move and just play this position without any problems.
Okay, maybe. But okay, you're always scared, right, to go with your knight to b8. But yeah, indeed, if you manage to get your knight to c5, it might mean a lot to black. But I think, yeah, we're skipping a lot of possibilities for both sides here, and bishop d7, e4, right, other moves to consider. And maybe, I mean, after castling, hard to say what to do. I don't like closing this bishop. I don't like putting the pawn to d5. So you feel like opening. And that's why probably somehow intuitively I don't want to play queen a4 here. Here. So d4 at some point is an interesting possibility indeed. But when to play it, yes, that's a question. To start with it, to like put all your bets onto those two beautiful bishops and sacrifice a pawn like for a longer term and play d4, which seems to be looks as an interesting opportunity. But here you need to consider that you might not win back the sacrificed pawn for a longer period of time. For example, knight b to c6, right, can be played.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
what bothers me very much when every time I play gambits, I sacrifice the pawn on the second move, and the whole game I'm worrying about to get the pawn back. So
yes,
that's really weird feeling.
then it should be a good training for you to play gambits, because it's quite useful, this knowledge to keep the pressure going despite being with the material down. Like modern engines are doing it so well, amazingly well. I mean, they sacrifice, a piece, an exchange, a few pawns, and they just keep going. They don't win it back. They just enjoy this pressure. And yeah, it amazes me nowadays a
Talking
lot.
about, sorry to interrupt you.
No,
Talking
that's fine.
about exchanges, our chat actually has a very, very nice suggestion. Shall we take a look from the current position what we have? The suggestion is to sacrifice a knight.
Oh, it's so easy to
for
sacrifice pieces when
2
you're not
pawns.
playing. I'll tell you. Okay, where do you want to sacrifice it?
Here, 95, I suppose. 95, pawn takes a5, queen e5. You get 2 pawns for knight at this point. And
like that.
you're attacking
Wow.
on g7 and you're attacking on c5.
Well, yeah. Okay.
Engine is not very pleased, though.
But a knight is a knight, right? Even though I can see what you mean. Then you want to put bishop c3, right, and to checkmate black. Okay, but you got to be careful when playing with black, of course. But still, there is a feeling that it should not be enough. It should not be enough. Maybe even I can let you take on g7, something like that. Although the computer, you see, it doesn't like it. No, because here it's possible to take like that. My idea was that after queen takes g7, I can try to play queen d4 and exchange the queens.
Right. Shall we try to do that right away after queen e5? Oh, then we lost
the knight is hanging.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why I included knight c6, because it feels a little bit weird to play with this knight on b4. Of course, like castling should be the first move that you can consider. But then I suppose bishop c3 is white's idea. Again, putting this pressure, threatening to give a checkmate. And here, and maybe even f6 is okay. Oh, it's not okay. Okay, knight c6. So as long as I keep this knight alive, right? As long as I
Mhm.
protect it, so why not?
It's
Uh,
actually very interesting,
yeah, it
even
is.
though that white is a piece down. Still, white still has this chain of the pawns, two bishops,
Mhm.
very complicated position. No one really knows how this can end. Is there a chance that Tanwin will risk this much to sacrifice it?
I don't believe
The
so.
pawn.
No, it doesn't look very convincingly. It is interesting indeed. I mean,
Mhm.
if it was a blitz game, why not? I mean, you have White has a pair of two strong bishops, and yeah, it's more difficult to defend in a blitz game, right? You have less time, but here it's just still you don't feel as it's enough. You can just end up being a piece down, and a piece is not a pawn. It's a lot.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, that's indeed a lot. Alexander, this is the first time when Tanjongi is taking
mhm.
more time, and she's now low on time, 57 minutes, while Late has 1 hour on the clock. So she really feels this is the moment. This is very important moment to take a time, make the decisions here. And as we have seen, there are a lot of very interesting ideas, and for sure she's going through all these decisions, and then in the end of the line she has to evaluate the position and to choose the one. Do you actually believe and agree to this statement that you should not think too much for one move, like more than 20 moves,
Mm,
20 minutes per move?
well, it depends on the position. It really, of course, it like you get tired, right, of
Mhm.
thinking and calculating. And yes, indeed, there were many examples where a player thought for more than hour even and made a huge mistake with this decision. Um, but again, can we really draw a conclusion that it kind of was connected to this long thought? I don't think so, because I saw also some counter examples where indeed thinking for almost spending almost all your time on the clock, but you found this right move, right plan, and it led you to a brilliant victory. So it really depends on the player, on the position, on how this player handles such long thoughts, right? And
Mhm.
actually, we touched briefly this topic of nutrition during a chess game, and how players approach playing the practical chess games, because we see that Lei, she's not leaving the table, all right, almost never. I mean, we always see
She
her
left once, I'm
sitting.
counting.
Mhm. We don't see any drinks
Yeah.
next to her board, while next to tank there is a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, or we
Mhm.
can many things around. And again, it's very individual. Lei is a younger player. She's 5 years younger than her compatriot, and probably that's why she doesn't still need to think about refueling this energy, if you wish, because the like um, more years you have, more attention
I
you need to
love the
pay.
moment you took here to put the correct words.
No, I just forgot a word in English. But anyway, what? Because okay, a younger player and then an older player. Okay, if you wish, but I didn't want to use the term old. Anyway, more experienced you
Yeah.
are in terms of years, then more attention you need to pay to those details,
Mhm.
because you don't have the same level of energy anymore. And since classical chess game is usually a several hours game, you need somehow be able to again to recharge your batteries throughout this game. So that's why what you drink, what you eat, becomes very important. It might be as important as you're young, but somehow when you're young, you have so much power, so much energy, that you
Energy.
don't care
Yeah.
about those little things. And
Yeah.
then yeah then
Then the age hits you and you you start to be friends with snacks, with drinks. Actually, that's also a very very interesting topic, as we are now receiving no moves. They are taking a lot of time. We have also time to chat. And you guys, if you have any questions in the chat, feel free to ask. We're gonna bring it here. Alexandra, I do know as a fact that you love to run after the game, and you're running a lot of kilometers per day. Is that the way you are keeping your energy level during the long games up?
Well, I cannot say that I run a lot nowadays,
more
but
than the average chess players, let's
probably
say.
yes. But I do try to run like 5 days a week, something like that.
Mhm,
And I do try to run after every single game, like classical game of chess, whenever is possible. And yeah, we've run in many countries and around many cities, and that's why it's such a joy for me to play in a location where actually I can run outside, because when I say running, I don't consider it to be a run in a gym on treadmill.
mhm,
For me, running is going out and actually having this chance to breathe. Because compared to an average chess player, I don't walk a
mhm,
lot. I don't spend a lot of time outside, unfortunately, because it's crucial, it's important, but I just don't have time. I
mhm,
spend most of my time preparing for my chess games, and that's why like I force myself to take this time out away from a screen board after every chess game, to go out, to run, to breathe a little bit, to rest and to release the stress. Yeah, it's very important, because otherwise then I can spend 20 hours per day preparing, analyzing, and like being in a computer and with a
yeah.
chessboard.
Yeah, quite tough. We don't know much about these two players. What sports they do like, if they like to go to gym after the games. I have to admit that I have not really seen them around at the chess tournaments. I have seen you many places, many times running in the city. I have glanced at that moment. Probably you have not seen me because you're very focused for that time, but I have seen you in many times. But never seen Lei or Tan in gym or running. But obviously their energy level is very, very, very high. And how would if we can speculate which of the sport um, they would like to do or train, what it would be, Alexandra, for you?
Well, done
What do you
probably
think
some
these
kind
two
of
play?
meditation, right? They
Hmm.
might do some Chinese, I don't know, dances or gymnastics, because I know
Hmm.
that it's quite popular. So some exercises. Lei, yeah, she seems to be more energetic, so it can be some kind of more active sports.
Chat
Actually.
says that I'm stalking. No, I'm not. I just see you in the many many occasions that you like to run or even to go to gym. Yeah, it sounds weird. I feel like I do that, but I don't. Well, that's a good point. I think I would agree. I would agree with that. And you
Here
can
comes the
meditate.
decision.
Ooh, bishop b4
Here comes the move,
has been
finally.
played.
So finally, done.
45 minutes before the increment of the 40 moves. And so far, how many moves they have played? Not too much.
Wow, she thought
13.
for 30 minutes. Impressive. That was a long thought. Bishop takes before making this move.
Mhm.
White spent 30 minutes considering all other possibilities. And still, right? Still, we need to see one more move here to um, to understand exactly what road Tan is gonna take. Right? There are different ways to play, even after taking on b4. We discussed queen a4, we discussed rook b1, we discussed c5 and d4. Um, there are definitely a lot of candidates
Mhm.
to consider and to pick from, but I believe she already like made up her mind when exchanging this knight on b4. Yeah, and now she's double checking because sometimes, especially when you take such a longer thought, right, of 30 minutes, it's very tempting. Well, at least for me, like to make the second move that you considered making before making this first move very fast. But
Mhm.
actually, it's quite important and it's very hard to stop even here and to double check because like the pieces the position of the pieces change it right in front of your eyes, so whatever
Mhm.
you like calculated might, well, it still can be adjusted in a way, and until you make your move on the board it's not over I mean you can change your mind even if you said a it's still
Mhm.
possible to stop and not say b. um,
True. But we will not definitely see another 30 minutes here.
no, no.
Thinking from Tan Zhongyi, she can't really afford that to play rest of the game up to 40 moves with the 13 minutes on the clock. So also her body gesture says that she is about to make next move,
Mhm.
but to double check will not hurt her at this point, as there is very least four candidate moves that she can play.
And well, she's getting lower in time, right? 43 minutes. So she spent more than a half of her time. And it's just the move number 14 that's coming up. Okay, the position is now quite simple, especially if she would pick like a more solid way to play with rook b1, knight e1, knight c2s, and getting back this pawn on b4. So
Mm.
no complications. More exchanges are coming up, and she won't need a lot of time, right? Even 30 seconds, this additional 30 seconds that she's getting every time she moves is more than enough. But okay, still, she's somehow hesitating for some reason.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually true. Still going through the lines.
Sometimes it's difficult to choose if you have, I mean, if you have the only move then it's easy, right? You make this
Hmm.
move and you, but if you have a choice and you're not really sure which one, I mean, your goal is to make the best possible move, right? Every time if you make the best possible move in the position, then most likely, well, you're gonna win the game or make a draw. So you kind of you're trying to make this find the best possible approach.
Hmm.
But again, what exactly is the best move? The one that leads to winning the game, or the one that mathematically correct but might only lead you to make a draw? That's a
Yeah.
very interesting question, and most of the decisive games are actually happening after those mistakes. I mean, mathematically, a player makes a very bad move, but somehow it lets him or her win a game. So, and of course, engines they say, "Ooh, what a bad move you just made!" But in fact, if somehow if it made your opponent mm, make a mistake,
Mhm.
I consider it to be the right move.
Yeah. Yeah. And obviously, Engine is not playing chess. Ha! You're just
Right, at least not yet, not in over the board
no,
human tournaments. Yes, and that's why I
no.
like it. I mean, people often ask me about computer chess and do I play engines, and I say no. Why? I mean, I don't want chess to become a like a mathematical example, or I enjoy this
Mhm.
part of making decisions, human decisions, making mistakes, and that's normal, and that's what makes chess so interesting.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Humans are making chess more interesting with all these
Yeah, let's praise
decisions,
ourselves.
you know. Yeah,
Hmm.
what this decision sometimes you not necessarily need to sacrifice, but you go for it to complicate the position. By the way, Rook B1 has been
Yep.
played here by
Mhm.
Tan. She is going after B4 pawn. Seems like now Lei should guard this pawn at this
Mhm.
point. Knight C6 is the move. She can also castle, but I think she will give the initiative after the castle. How about to keep the pawn still on the board and let white to fight together, get it back. Because after castle, rook takes b4, and this pawn structure looks amazing for white. It's one big island, and black has the pawn on b7, which will be obviously the target for white. Knight d2, that can find very nice square, maybe b3 a5 to go after b7. So I suppose she already made a move, and I
Yeah,
see
knight
the knight
c6.
on c6.
Hmm. Yes, indeed. We discussed a little bit that if we just look at the pawn structure, right, and the position, meaning how the pawns are located, where they are located, that if immediately we can say that if white wins back the sacrificed pawn, I mean, and they did sacrifice it in order to make this black pawn structure, to ruin it a little bit in a way, right? To create this weakness on the b7. So black really needs to pay attention, because if it happens and white wins back this pawn with no counterplay for black, they will eventually put a lot of pressure on this b7 pawn.
Mhm.
Even then, it might still be a draw. For example, if we imagine some kind of situation where white wins this pawn. Yeah, the problem for black is that she cannot move the rook over this bishop. And for example, let's make some kind of a move, right? Just pretend. And then suddenly here comes the problem. Here comes the
Mhm.
problem, because this bishop needs to guard the pawn on b7, and it cannot let the rook over to get to b8, and thus there are not enough pieces. Okay, well, black can still play something like this and rook e7. But you see the Val bar, like he's going almost crazy, showing almost a decisive advantage here for white. Um,
Seems like white is the one who's
Queen
creating now the
a7 or
pressure,
something
and
like
black has
this.
to just avoid all these threats.
Yeah, a lot of pressure over this diagonal, and the position becomes, well, almost hopeless. Even though there is no material advantage for the moment, but just the fact that all black pieces needs to guard this pawn on b7, white can improve the position little by little, and there are other weaknesses that white can later on attack. First, probably improve the position on the king side, then like bring in the bishop to d5, and somehow, somewhere
Mhm.
prepare the breakthrough or play even queen b6 and get into a very, very um, pleasant endgames. That's White's plan. That's obviously what Tan is playing for, and that's definitely what Lei should not let White do. And
Right. And Alexandra, I was thinking actually about the move h6, which we were thinking, is it a good move, is it right move, or it allows white to start the nice play on the queen side, which is just happening. And at this point, um seems like this move h6 is not doing much of the changes for black. Black wishes to have castle instead on the board
well,
rather
of
than to
course,
have the
yes.
pawn on
Hmm.
h6.
Of course, but okay, h6, yeah, will be fine when black castles, right? Because it kind of
Mhm.
secures the king. There are no back rank possibilities. It's a prophylactical kind of move, but it did waste, yeah, it did give white an opportunity to start this queen side attack. And again, uh, is this attack gonna lead white to getting an advantage? It's a different question. I think the position, again, mathematically, is closer to being equal. But let's see. Yeah, let's see what Tan is going to do, because even now, I mean, she can play something like d4. I mean, she's not playing knight e1, right? She's not making her move. She's taking her time to think. Knowing Tan, as I mentioned before, she she likes to play fast, and here she is taking a lot of time. Um, it might be an indication that she's not that comfortable with the position. Somehow she's hesitating about picking up a plan, and we'll see. With the next move, I think with her next move, we are gonna be able to tell more.
Yeah, right. Alexandra, what do you think for Ju Wenjun,
Hmm.
who is waiting the opponent for the World Championship match? Would be more comfortable opponent, let's say, Tan Zhongyi, who she already won against, or Lei Tingjie, who is younger player, someone that you don't really predict too much. What do you think would be Ju's choice? To have some
Well,
comfortable situation or to have a challenge in the World Championship
I
match?
don't know, but I think in any case, it's going to be such a relief for Ju Wenjun finally to play chess,
Yeah,
because actually she stopped playing chess almost completely, except for some online events and some Chinese league. She has not been abroad since February 2020. Think that was
right.
her last classical abroad. I mean, out of China of the board game, and
2 years
I
ago.
managed to win, to lose against her.
Hmm.
Yes, it was the Cairns Cup in February
Hmm.
2020, if I'm not mistaken. I might have missed something, but there should be.
Yeah,
I mean, for
that's
Ju Wenjun, yes, she's a current women's world chess champion. Yes, she's a very experienced player. We talked about this situation in Lei's case, right? That she's just climbing to the top, and it's such a tragedy just to stop, to pause your career, to put it on standby for 3 long years. But for Ju Wenjun, I mean, the chess world, has almost forgotten that she is the current
yeah.
women's world chess
We
champion.
missed her. We missed her. She has been a bright star for many events, and she's one of the players, women players who crossed 2600 rating barrier, which is really really tough. And at this point, she has not played the tournaments abroad. For sure, she is having some of the trainings to keep the shape and also the local tournaments. But it's always good um, to face the opponents from
You
from
know,
around the
that's an
world.
interesting information in the chat, in our Twitch chat, that Ju June is registered to play the Charge Masters in Charge next month. So it's gonna be her first like big over the board tournament abroad, and
Mm.
it should be well, it is quite important, like to play something before her world championship match that you announced is scheduled to be in July. Actually, is going to be held between. Ju Wenjun's city, Shanghai, and one of those players' city, Chongqing.
Mhm.
And yes, well, July is going to be another feast, another celebration of women's chess. But first we need to determine who's going to be the winner here, and it's just the first game, the first steps towards, well, a great goal of both those players, right? Play a
For
world
sure,
championship
yes.
match. It's amazing.
Yes, indeed. You know it better for sure. The feeling of the winning the title that every chess player have has dreamed. I gave up on that dream to be more realistic in life. But when I started to play chess, there was obviously my dream to be the women's world champion. Um, well, this is the way to go there. Tanzhongi has been at that point. She obviously wants to get it again. She's in a very good form. Like she has won Pool B at the Candice tournament. Then she played the World Rapid Chess Championship, Blitz Championship as well, quite successfully. And whatever they both players have played, maybe they don't play too much, but whatever they played, they are winning. So this
That's
is
not quite true
this
because
says a lot.
that's not quite true because Tan, she also played in two Grand Prix legs and she didn't play them successfully. And
Mm.
that was such a, such a change. We saw her playing in the first leg in Astana in Kazakhstan. That's also why nobody considered her to be a favorite in Uzbekistan in the Pool B in Khiva, because she played well. I don't know. She score 50%? Yeah, probably. At the end, she was she was getting, but she started very poorly, and she didn't. Um, um, demonstrate anything special in Astana in September 2022. And that's why, it was such a difference in Uzbekistan. So she got ready. She actually demonstrated a very convenient, very strong way of playing there. She won convincingly and qualified for this finals. Yeah, with Lei, that's really a mystery. Or what has she been doing for this long 3 years that she's been in China, like preparing? And she's definitely been doing a lot of chess because, again, out of two events that she played abroad, she won very convincingly those two events. And these events were not like easy to win, right? Grand Swiss, one of the most difficult, I think, event to win, and the Pool A in Monaco last in November last year.
Yeah, that for sure. Chad is going crazy and says that I actually made it to candidates final and might also make to the world championship match. You guys, you don't know that. I might do. I might do.
But
for
the
sure.
game is about to get crazy as well because Stan did not go for a quiet 91, 92 night before plan. Instead, she opted for a very sharp and double-edged, I must say, d4 continuation. But yeah, again, we discussed already. She's going for the structure. Her plan is to destroy those pawns and win
Yeah.
the sacrificed pawn a little bit later on, and not only one pawn, but preferably two or three.
Yeah, that's right. I think now like, it will take a lot of time to think through. This is something new now as Tan Zhongyi is changing so much of the position. You guys, we're going to take another break, but the game is continuing and we're going to come back with a lot of changes. But before that, we have a very nice announcement. The Another very exciting event is coming up for this year's Olympic Esports Series. Chess.com will be hosting an online open tournament to qualify 8 players into the live finals in Singapore. First, we host an online Blitz qualifier open to non title players. The top 42 qualifiers will then join the title players in the later stage. If you are always dreaming to play one of the world stage tournaments, top tournaments, like myself, and never achieved, you guys, this is your chance. Try for it. Qualifiers begins April 1st at 5 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Central European time to find out how to compete in the Olympic Esports Series 2023. Use the hashtag, not hashtag, actually, comment always in the chat and you'll get a lot of information, guys. Give a try. I will myself definitely do it. Lei Tingjie on the screen. You guys, we're taking a short break, coming up with more chess. Don't go anywhere.
I really love watching games by top female players and studying their games from the past. And I think that's like one really cool thing that the chess community could do more of. I know my friend Luciana is publishing a Chessable course on some of the great games by the early world champions, Vera Benchik, Rudenko. And you can learn just as much from these games as you can learn from any game. And yet it does provide inspiration and like adds like depth to our chess culture. So about 10 years ago, I published a book called Play Like a Girl with like tactics by female chess players. And I'm actually redoing that book. And it's so much fun to just like kind of like dig in and see some of the most important tactical themes in chess: decoy, in between move, pins, double attacks, and to look for like some of the best examples by top female players. So when you hear all these discussions about women in chess, it's great. But sometimes I'm just like, wow, you should just like go study some Muzuchu games.
This is Women's Candidates Final 2023 between Lei Tingjie and Zhongyi. The first game out of 6. The time is ticking on white side. Tan Zhongyi plays with white pieces, facing now her friend Lei Tingjie, and she's in very deep thought after she breaks through the center. Here we are working for you, Katy and Alexandra, to cover the game, and later on we will be joined another co-host, guys. So don't go anywhere. You will be very happy to see our co-host, which will be joining in just a few minutes or a few hours even. So Alexandra, we have d4 and thought that Lei would think here for half an hour. But no, she actually just goes bishop f5 right away, attacks the rook on b1. She left the board finally for the second time and gives the herself the time to breathe a little bit here, as rook on b1 is hanging. Seems like Tan Zhongyi has to move this rook, right? She's not
Yes,
really
indeed.
considering
Yes.
to sacrifice any exchange at this point.
No, I don't think, yeah, sacrificing a pawn followed by sacrificing an exchange would make white any good. But that's definitely, well, we're approaching the key moment of this game. First of all, let's look at the time difference right now. Lei has been playing very fast. She did take a long thought before capturing on b4 with a knight. Actually, like, if I would pick where to spend those 13 minutes out of all the moves in this game, I would definitely, like spend a lot of time on capture on d2 or playing h6 or even here playing f5. But no, Lei Tingjie spent a lot of time on the moves that I consider to be almost the only move possible. But right now she did attack Tank's rook. And it's only 27 minutes left for white. And we're just entering, like, as I said, a very, very important moment of the game. First of all, where to go with the rook. I mean, if the rook goes away to c1, d1, well, somewhere back, then there is no more pressure on the b4 pawn. And of course, white wants to keep the rook on the b file. The problem is that if white plays like the most natural in this way move, rook b3, what's going to happen if black plays bishop c2? And that's actually how the game can continue. Because right now, it's like it looks a bit sad to move it back, but probably it's the only option for white. Because if white moves the rook to e3, somehow I like those rook lifts and, moving rooks horizontally, not vertically. That's what we're used to. But the computer does not like this maneuver at all. It says that black has a decisive advantage here after short side castle. So let's try to see why is that so decisive. Like if we capture, probably this b pawn that got sacrificed, it just advanced. And no, it's not knight takes e5 according to the engine. Maybe it is, but it just this pawn becomes very, very dangerous. Maybe after knight e5, we can also consider knight d4, or maybe even queen a8, something like that. Is it the answer? Yeah, very close.
It can be because
yeah.
this rook on e3 is like looking
Queen
really
d4.
strange.
Queen d4.
White has some issue on the
Yes.
on the first rank. Oh, queen d4.
I'm playing the
awesome.
game guess the move. I only see the eval bar, and I don't see the lines. I don't like watching like the lines. It just then it becomes too obvious, and I think it's not really correct for commentators, to the eval bar is already like giving a lot of hints. And yes, what I was trying to show with this even queen a8, same idea, that if in that case the black forces white to exchange queens, then this pawn supported by this bishop is just almost a queen now. So it's a winning
Yeah,
game
and
for
our
black.
fancy rook on e3 is really wrongly seated
Indeed.
on that
So,
square.
what I wanted to say that here we're entering the stage where every move can be a crucial one, and here it seems that rook b2 is the only possible move for white, attacking the bishop. But then the question remains what to do after b3. And actually, when you're calculating it, you kind of can get scared
Mhm.
with white, because look, the pawn is already on b3, is supported by the bishop. I mean, your pawn on d4 is hanging. I mean, what to do? You can start panicking here. It seems that it's a little bit too early to panic. Actually, it's not a good idea to panic at all when you play chess. You shall like control your emotions, but it's easier said than done. So it seems that knight e1 still, I mean, keeps the balance, still
And what
has.
happens after knight d4
Exactly.
if
Yeah,
black
knight
captures?
d4. I mean, knight e1 is not the move that we consider usually, right? Because the pawn is
Yeah, you
hanging.
would
Come
think
on.
d5
Yes,
first and
you
then...
don't want to give away your central pawn. But here it seems to be the only option because e3. You need to attack the knight. Knight e2 is
Right.
too optimistic, right? It gets in trouble, this knight. I mean, it gets under attack.
And knight c3, you just take the bishop, rook c2.
Probably the bishop, but even if I take the knight, I mean, even if I didn't have this rook c2, which I do, I think have. Although I need to, I mean, when you have this pawn on c2, you always need to be
Hold on.
careful.
I think we're just trapping the knight. If we take knight c2, pawn takes c2, and rook c2, knight on c3 is
It's trapped. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I was saying. That knight c2, I didn't calculate till the end, but somehow I felt like taking with the knight. Yeah, you're right. The knight is trapped, right? So it's not a good option to get so far away with your knight into the enemy's camp. And that's why it seems that black needs to retreat the knight. But then, okay, then white can like take the breath out, breath in, breath out. And then here comes another interesting question: what pawn to take? Even the pawn on b7. I mean, yes, the pawn on c2.
c2.
Yeah,
It
you
looks
got
so
to kind of-
dangerous.
yes, it's so dangerous, but somehow you want to win both, right? If you have a chance, you maybe take this risk because this pawn is not protected. There are no more pieces left to protect it, and if you happen to win both, then with this strong bishop, imagine this bishop on d5 putting pressure on f7. I start to like white's position, although as I showed you, I mean, there are some shaky moments to survive. And Dan's time, my gosh, I start to get worried about her time management. I mean, she dived into all those complications. She spent so much time considering this d4 breakthrough and bishop f5, which followed almost instantly right after d4. She's taking time and it's slipping away, and it just moved 15, meaning that there are 25 moves to make till time control.
Dropping down to 20 minutes. We know that Tan Zhongyi is very good, a rapid player, but it will be only her who has rapid time control. Her opponent will have about 1 hour on the clock. It's not the equal times for those, and obviously it's a big pressure. Sometimes when you make decisions like this, d4 looks very natural because black's king is in the center and you want to open up the center. Very often you have these feelings that you think like, oh, maybe it was too much, I wish I didn't play that move, but here we are, and Tan Zhongyi needs to find now the most precise rook move. Rook b3, rook b2, maybe rook d1, but now it's seems to me that the tables are turned to Lei's side time-wise, and also she's getting very active on the board after bishop f5.
Yes, well, for the moment, the playing initiative is definitely in her hands. But again, if Tan will be able to handle the pressure, to handle her nerves and the tension, then, and if she able to make all those required moves, rook b3, rook b2, followed by knight e1, sacrificing one more pawn temporarily on d4, and then winning back all those pawns that have been sacrificed, then the time trouble will not be a big problem for her because many pieces will get exchanged and she will have a
Mm.
very easy position to handle even on seconds. But
Ah,
what
19 minutes for rest of the
that's still
25
okay. That's
minutes. She
still
needs to
okay.
make
But she just
decisions.
needs to make the right moves now because if she plays uh, a losing moves, then the game is over.
Mm.
So, and you don't really wanna face such a situation in your first match game playing with white. You want to
Yeah,
keep
definitely.
everything under control. And let's get back to the moment where things did get a little bit out of control. Remember, I was saying that knight e1 seemed to be quite um, solid way to play here. But
Mhm.
I think that Tan didn't like this move. Somehow she didn't know how to protect the pawn, didn't find the right way to do so, and decided to go for d4. Because if you play f3, you kind of close your bishop. If you play e3, you weaken those pawns. Uh, but it seems to be still a more solid way to play. Although here,
Bishop f1 or why? What can be the
well,
white
bishop
move?
f1, you don't want to move your
Yeah.
bishop from this long diagonal because it lets black, to and get control over the center. You don't want to give up this control. And same thing can be said about f3, right? If you
Mhm.
play f3, you push this bishop back, but then it's so much easier. Oops, it's so much easier to prepare d5
She
and
is rook
okay,
c1.
guys, that means we can see it from the eval bar. Look, now it's about equal. After rook c1, it's getting lower.
Oh no, it's
So,
getting in black's favor now after rook to c1. Well, this rook c1 is not creating too much of the danger to black. Obviously, it's something like she disliked. Rook to b3, as you just demonstrate after bishop c2, you have to move once again the rook. And rook d1 can be face also bishop c2. So where to bring the rook? On b2 or c1? And Tanzangi decided to bring the rook on c1. So, Alexandra, what black can play now? React somehow in the center, castle. What can be the move?
well, first move to consider is definitely a castle, right? Why not castle? And then, actually, you already suggested this plan. Remember we discussed like similar situation where white was able to push d5, but then you mentioned that this maneuver bringing the knight to c5 might be a very interesting one, and it is very interesting maneuver indeed and a very strong one indeed. And this pawn structure is not so great for white because the bishop is not so active anymore. It looks at its own pawn. It's not doing a lot. And with the knight on c5, with a beautifully located knight on c5, it's going to be so much easier for black to play.
Mhm.
And that's like one of the possibilities. The other possibility is like a sharper one, just to grab this pawn and ask white to prove that she has enough compensation for what's been sacrificed. Although, I think it's easier for to play to castle,
Yeah.
just to castle, because here it seems that okay, well, white's gonna take, and then those pawns are so weak that I think they will eventually somehow. White will be able to win one of these pawns, and it should be a draw. Of course, you need to keep an eye on this b4 pawn because it's very soon. A few inaccurate moves and this pawn can get into a queen. But other than that, I don't know. It doesn't feel like posing a lot of problems for white. So if we get back to castle, d5, knight b8, here, in order not to let black get the knight to c5, white can try something like c5. But you see, it's
That's very interesting
yeah,
move.
it is very interesting. And again, if I just look, if I wouldn't see the val bar, I wouldn't worry that much for white. But this val bar indicates somehow tactically something is not right, and I can just like guess probably giving up this pawn, supporting this b4 pawn,
How
and
about we
then
push the
some
pawn forward, like b3,
or
and
b3.
you know,
Yeah, I was
try
thinking
to do
maybe knight
some.
d7 and support it like that.
Mhm.
Also, I mean, there are some tactical nuances in this position. Again, according to the Valbar, the Valbar is indication for us commentators, but we should
Oh,
also
Alexandra, what happens
yeah.
if we push e4 now, attack the knight, and then
E4 I don't really
e3
like.
right away?
Yeah, E4 I don't like because it just gives
Oh,
white, and
okay,
because
knight
white
d4.
also can push push her pawn, right? No, E4 is not the move. It just gives too much for
Mhm.
white's knight. So what would be the right move here is another question, but somehow, I mean, it's dangerous for white. Maybe even taking and then pushing this b3 pawn. A very, very like shaky position. Is Lei gonna take this risk? I mean, relative risk. Is she gonna uh, keep the pressure on by castling, or is she gonna decide to release it by taking on d4? That's a very interesting question. That's a ball, I mean, on her side now. She needs to
Mhm.
decide what move, what direction to take, and
Yeah,
yeah,
right. After
make the
castle
decision.
here, if Lei
Mhm,
castles,
mhm,
and if white decides to take the pawn on e5, we can see that line actually.
mhm.
D takes or knight takes here, and in case if white takes the pawn back, white might face some of the issues on the first rank, like let's say knight takes e5, queen takes e5, and queen to d2 right away, attacking the
Mhm.
rook, and this rook cannot go on b1. You want to make next move like b3 b2 right away, so black has to be very careful here. I think queen c3
Yeah,
is a move there, is it?
queen c3.
Yeah, queen c3.
Wow, maybe. I mean, I was calculating b3, b2. I didn't consider queen c3 because somehow this pawn starts to hang. And
Hmm.
yes, you have rook d8 and rook d1, but then I have e4. No, I don't think.
Yeah.
Oops,
Oh,
e4, c2,
c2.
probably. Yeah. So
So
you
many
got to be
tactical
careful.
motives still here at this
Maybe
point.
what to do here?
But
How to
probably
maybe
b3
g4?
was winning there.
No, c2. Yeah, no, I just need to find the way to bishop d5 and capturing c3. Okay, so not queen c3, although it's a very interesting idea. But yeah, I was calculating b3 definitely. You really want, but then I didn't say anything. Yeah, you see that the wild bar is jumping like crazy.
Queen
Oops.
c1, bishop
So
f1.
we're making mistakes all the time. Yeah, rook b1,
Oh, that's okay. It's
queen.
not our game.
Yeah,
We
but
can
here
afford
probably
it.
rook f1 and then bishop e4.
Yeah. And
Something
that's
like
the
this.
extra
But
piece.
yes, how is black winning here then? Because mine probably just moving the bishop somewhere around to
Hmm.
protecting it, and then b3 b2 is coming, something like
Bishop, bishop c2, bishop g6.
bishop
Those
c2
two
I
moves.
didn't like because of queen b2. It's
Hmm.
kind of let black let white pin the bishop, and here there is e4.
Hmm.
Also I didn't like. So what is winning? A very good exercise. What is a winning move here? Because we see the val bar at -6, and minus
Yeah.
6. Oof, it's a big.
And by the
It's
way, Lei Tingjie
oh,
just
king
castle. It's
f8.
not king
Ah,
f8,
oof, I got
obviously.
scared. I got scared. What is that? She did castle. She did take a very aggressive decision. Okay, chat. How are we winning here? Let's finish with this line and move on to the game. But first, we need to like find
Bishop
a winning
e6,
continuation.
another other move to go after c4 pawn.
Yeah, bishop e6 also possible. I wanted to keep it on this diagonal though. I wanted to keep it somehow.
Yeah, but it is obviously that black is the one who is now.
Yeah, bishop c2, bishop g6. We mentioned these moves there. More than okay. They're giving advantage to black. Big advantage to black.
Right.
Yeah, the Valbar drives me crazy sometimes. I look at it and no, I wanna understand why. Should be easy.
Bishop d7
Mm.
with rook e8 idea actually.
Ah, wow. No.
No.
So what did we get? Bishop c2 is well, it still leaves some advantage. Maybe queen c2. Can it be? Yeah, I found
Yay!
it. Yeah, we can go on to the game. We can continue to the game. Yes. The idea is okay, you protect the bishop, but the idea is that you also take under control those two squares and then
Yeah.
you can just march your pawn forward. Ah, no. You see, the wild Boris is laughing at me. Maybe he just wants to get the bishop to e6 and then march it. Okay, no sacrifices.
That was easy.
No needed. Okay, but we managed to figure it out. Now let's get back to the game. But as we already discussed, King f8 has not been played.
d5.
So
d5. That's what Tan Zhongyi is playing. She didn't take the pawn in e5. That's too dangerous for her. She can't get this pawn back. Instead, she goes with d5. Alexandra, we were talking in the other line that the c4, d5 pawns blocked on the same color as the g2 bishop is not very appealing here for white. I think white is aiming to push c5 next move, as we were
you think so?
suggesting.
So after knight b8, you think that we're gonna see this move, right? That we already discussed. And yeah, indeed, it looks well. Knight b8 looks quite logical for black, and I expect to see it on the board because it's so tempting to get the knight to c5, right? It's so tempting to get there somehow. And of course, it's so logical for white not to let this knight get to the c5 square. But again, we see that tactically things work out much better for black. It's what the Val bar suggesting, and everything seems to be starting to turn in Lei's favor. Time on her clock is great, like the position is great, and she has every chance to win this one, or at least to fight for winning the first game with the black pieces, which is huge. Yeah, which is huge in a match.
That's a great start. Alexandra, this knight to b8 is obviously a very nice move, but there's another move, knight to a5, which is also very tempting to play because after knight a5, you want to win exchange. And besides that, you can play next move queen to b6 to support b4 pawn and to bring the rook on c8. And this pawn on c4 will be stopped and will be attacked by the black pieces.
Yeah, indeed. Very direct approach. The only thing that we know that the knight on the rim is dim, right? It's not suggested. It's not recommended
to be in the edge of the board. Yes.
To put your knight on the edge of the board. Yeah. But again, you have a very nice idea of giving a fork on f3, and white needs to react somehow, either by playing queen b2 or queen a4, I would guess, protecting this pawn. But then, yeah, the question remains what to do after queen b6. If I play, for example, queen b2, queen b6, it's very hard to attack this pawn on b4 because the square on b1 is under control of this bishop. So queen a4, again, queen b6 what to do here. Well, c5 comes to my mind, of course, but c5, I mean, you need to be careful, because if you take knight e5, b3, how to, I mean,
To
how to
stop, it's just
protect,
coming
how
on
to
the
stop
way.
it.
Yeah.
Yes. So it doesn't feel right to play c5, but what to do? I mean, yes, you can simply play knight d2, like some quiet move, but isn't it too quiet? Because white is a pawn down, and now it's this pawn is getting supported. And as I mentioned, and I'm gonna mention it more and more, a few more moves, and this pawn will be a newly born queen.
Yeah, that's right. And besides that pawn that is really annoying for white, you cannot freely leave the c file with the rook. Like for instance, move like rook to e1, attack the knight will not be any good for white, because you just lose the pawn on c4, and there's going to be another pawn, second pawn. Um, Things can be really tricky here for white. That makes Lei Tingjie two very good candidate moves. Knight to b8 looking very nice. You want to get knight on c5, or
Mhm.
more sharp approach, which directly aims to win the game. You know, after knight a5, you tell your opponent, I want to get the whole point out of this game. So I
Right now,
think
yes.
the face impression we have now from Lei, the that clearly shows to me that she's calculating a lot of lines right now, probably after knight a5.
Oof, and such pleasant lines there are. Huh? I would
Mm,
love to be on her place. I mean, you can play. The only problem is that both of these moves are so tempting,
yeah.
right? You can choose a calmer approach. You can like play in a more positional way, right? Trying to get your knight to c5, or a more direct, a more concrete approach, just trying to win the game straight away.
Yeah, definitely. So Lei gets in a very comfortable position, thinking, we I don't really expect here that she will make the next move very fast, because this is the moment, this is her moment. For the one of the first times during the game, because she was the one who was struggling to finalize the development in castle. But this is the moment now. Probably her blood pressure goes all the way up at this point. 41 minutes. She also has a lot of time on the clock. Tanzhangi is also using her opponent's time. We don't see her moving a lot from the board now at this point,
Mhm.
Alexandra.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, oh yeah, and
she's
that can be,
settled.
yeah, a clear indication that she doesn't like what's going
Mhm.
on. Well, I mean, Tan cannot really move a lot because she's running low on time, right? And when a player runs low on time, and if you get somewhere to to rest, and your opponent makes a move, you can waste 1 or 2 more minutes, and it seems like a very precious thing to do.
Yeah, for
Mhm.
sure, for sure. I was actually struggling to make decision. Recently, one of the last tournaments I played in Abu Dhabi, it was
Mhm.
August. Alexandra,
Oof,
it was so hot
hot.
outside, but inside was very cold. For me,
Ah,
I
yeah,
was
that
feeling that I
happens.
was in the freezer. I was wearing three coats. Three. Everybody borrowed me the coats,
Three
and I
layers,
was
yeah.
still
Mm.
very cold. So my biggest dilemma was to spend like 3 minutes to walk all the way to get tea, not to drink, but to warm up my fingers. I couldn't feel my fingers, or to shake on the board, and to not to lose this time. And there was no good solution for me at all.
Mhm.
But there is another thing that very often we're feeling uh, so much pressure on the time when you have low time on the clock, that you want to be very focused and also use your opponent's time to compensate and go through all the lines by that.
Yeah, but it can be a clear indication that a player doesn't like the position, doesn't like what's happening. We
Mhm.
saw it from Tan's time management, that she started to spend a lot of time. And remember, you asked me a question: is it like a good thing to spend so much time on one move? And
Yeah.
she's been spending like a lot of time on every single move since her breakthrough, before breakthrough. And yes, as I said, it might be an indication that she's just not sure, not certain what direction to take, what plan to choose. I mean, she dislikes something in her calculation. Sometimes it's more like an emotional thing to dislike a line. And
Hmm.
and because you dislike a line which is actually needs to be played, but you somehow you miscalculate, you dislike it, and you don't go for it, you go for something worse. And yes, things from this moment start to go very badly. But
Right.
okay, now it's Lei's turn to make a decision.
37
She
minutes on her clock. She
Yeah,
is
more than
already
enough time
spending
for that.
she's
Hmm.
already spending 9 minutes. Well, meanwhile, also getting not short on time, but she's reaching the this level of 15 to 20 moves. I would like to read out one very interesting comment in
Hmm.
our Twitch chat. Badly says, I would not want to be in either of these places, Tans and Lays. The level of the stress and the concentration in a candidate final is unimaginable. I think a lot of people can be related to that. But Alexandra, what what would you answer to that comment?
But it's your goal. I mean, you're fighting for your dream.
Yeah.
If you don't handle the pressure, then you're just not in the right place. And I think yes, of course pressure is there, but since your dream is coming true,
Mhm.
how can you complain? So I think these players are more than enough with their current situation and position. Yes, there might be pressure, yes, there might be mistakes, but that's okay. I'm
Yeah.
sure they're totally fine. They're enjoying themselves for the moment, at least. Not so certain about Tam, but Lei is playing a dream come true a game. Considering the fact that she's playing with black, she didn't have any problems. Well, she did. It felt like Tan got a very comfortable edge, and she was more familiar after the opening. She decided to start those complications, but somehow in these complications after B4, she has not been demonstrating her best yet.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like now, using 11 more minutes very deep in her calculation, probably not thinking in which tournament she's playing, but she's just taking one game, one by one, just uh, treating as it's just normal game, because when another thoughts comes to your head, then when the things goes wrong.
Yeah,
And
usually those unnecessary thoughts that you're able to manage them once the game begins. Somehow you tend to focus. You are able to like dive into you forget about the world around you. So it's like uh,
oh yeah.
almost a 5 hour meditation state, or however whatever the game lasts. So it's a very interesting situation and state of mind that you just you simply you put everything on standby. You forget about whatever uh, might happening in your life,
Oh
and
yeah,
you
you
just
sometimes even forget that you're hungry. That at that point,
Mhm.
that you are. Very often, it has been to many players I have heard that they were so focused on their game, they have not noticed that the like full playing venue was gone, like all the games were ending and they were the last games. So that happens to everyone most of the time. We have a very interesting question in the chat: why not knight to e7? Why we're only considering these two moves? Alexandra, would you like to answer that question?
Yeah, but when you make a move, you should like understand where your piece is heading to, right? So after knight e7, okay, make like two next moves with this knight, where it's
Mhm.
going to, where it's gonna go. That's why knight b8, as we explained, is heading to c5, right? We want to play knight d7, knight c5, which is a great place for the knight here. Knight e5 is is riskier in a way because we're putting the knight onto a square where it might be feeling very uncomfortable unless it goes to b3 with a fork, or it supports this b pawn. So it's a more concrete way, but it seems to work out pretty well. And that's actually a good indication that the position itself is in Blake's favor. When lines and variations start to work out well for one side, that means that
Mhm.
something had gone wrongly for the other one.
Yeah, that's right. Well, if in my opinion, if Lei makes knight to b8 move, she has more like quite solid approach. She's just, you know, waits her turn to play with white pieces. If she goes with knight to a5, that's more ambitious approach. She wants to start with a win. So we're so much looking forward to the next move of Lei. That's gonna tell us a lot of statement of the mind of Lei Tingjie. There's another comment in the Twitch chat, and let's agree or disagree to this. So chess is easier than gym if you want to lose weight. Would you agree or disagree?
Mm, it's very individual. So for me, yes, it's been the case. I'm losing a lot of weight
Mhm.
because of stress in the official events I play. But there are some examples and some chess players that would disagree because it depends how you handle stress. What
Stress, yeah.
do you do? I mean, some people tend to eat everything they can see around themselves to like calm the nerves down, and it definitely doesn't help your weight. So very
Mhm.
individual approach. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. Myself, I also lose a lot of weight when I play chess. I eat a lot, really a lot. I don't eat that much as normal days in the normal days, but then you go in the game for 4 to 5 hours and everything just happens. The magic happens and you
I
are in a
can't eat.
shape.
The problem for me is that I can't eat before the game.
Oh, okay. You're
So
skipping the lunch.
yeah, I'm not skipping. I'm forcing myself to eat because I
Mm.
know that otherwise I'm just gonna run out of energy and well, it's gonna be useless. I'm gonna start making mistakes, but I'm just not capable of eating. So
Mm.
I can only eat soups, and soups, unfortunately, are not very popular in the. Only in Russia they prepare good soups, and yeah, nowadays it's hard to
Home taste.
find them. In Georgia, however, I do find like harcho. I like a lot. Okay, that's where entering my favorite part. But that's what I'm saying. When I'm playing a chess tournament, I'm struggling because I cannot enjoy. I mean, I enjoy food, but only after a well played game, and I can enjoy dinner finally. And
Mm.
I shall not think about like the game that's coming up next because then I will lose my appetite. While at home, oof, I love to eat,
Yeah. Yeah.
and probably that's why I'm losing weight in chess tournaments.
Oh, right. That's really individual. Wild Leiting, she's thinking already 17 minutes, Alexandra. That's a lot of time she's taking. She's down to 29 minutes already, getting very close to Tenjongi's clock. She seems nowhere close to make her next move, but let's see if this is well invested time. I know from Lei that when she's traveling abroad, she's very much missing food from her
Mm.
culture, and
That
she.
was an interesting, I just watched an interview with Harika because right now it's a big celebration of women's chess. I mean, so
Mhm.
many women's tournaments happening in just I mean, at this moment, today is the like ultimate round, the final round of the decisive round of the European Women's Chess Championship, right? That's taking place. The Grand Prix, the
Humphrey.
third leg of the Women's Grand Prix series, is taking place in New Delhi. It was started with a drama, and now this match. So a lot of games to enjoy. I don't have enough time to go through all of them. A lot of bright games with decisive results, of course. And in one of those interviews in New Delhi, Harika mentioned that she's so happy the tournament, this FIDE Grand Prix, is actually taking place in her home country, that she can actually like eat and enjoy the food. That's what she's accustomed to, right? She's
Hmm.
more used to this food, because usually players from India, from China, they need to travel abroad, and they're not very used to like European food, and it does like put a lot of extra stress, because you need to eat well. You need to find this good nutrition, and I know that for some Asian players it's a very big issue, because their choice is very limited. For
Hmm.
example, some of them, they're vegetarians, they don't eat meat, and they
Yeah.
even travel with some small cookers to be able to cook their food. So it's challenging sometimes, but yeah, there are different challenges and obstacles for every single player. And again, it's very individual, but um, a chess game itself is just a point, like a tip of an iceberg. Sometimes there's so much things going on behind the scenes, not only in a chess game but in preparation for them, that it's usually it's very interesting to listen to players in their interviews, and about all those obstacles and all those tiny moments that you don't think about when you're just watching a chess game.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. 100%. You need to experience all these latings. She just glanced over the clock. She knows that she has now lower time on the clock, 26 minutes. She is thinking for 20 minutes for this move. So far, she is not making her next move, and like somehow I don't know if it's just my imagination or just she's not that exciting anymore as she was at the beginning when there was the moment when Tanzangi played d5. And Alexandra, is it because she just got tired after 20 minutes of intensive calculation, all these moves?
Well, I'm not sure that's the case, right? But yes, you tend to get tired when you think a lot, right? And you think
Mm.
so intensively, and uh, you need to make a choice, right? She's been thinking for quite a lot, but still, the most important decision is ahead of her, where this knight is heading.
She
Okay,
makes the
to b8.
move, knight to b8. We wanted everyone to have knight a5. I know chat
No,
really
wait,
wanted
no,
that.
I cannot agree with you that knight b8 indicates that she's ready for a draw. No, no, no way. She
Mhm.
just doesn't want probably to get to take any additional risks with putting her knight on a5. And we see that immediately Tan went for c5, because it's so unpleasant. I mean, even to imagine a knight on c5, that she went for this line c5 straight away. And now it's very interesting to see what Lei prepared, because with all this time, with all those calculations, and with this glance that Tanja just gave to Lei, she's happy. Yes, I must say she
Yeah.
looks relieved in a way that the knight didn't go to a5. It looks as she was more concerned about knight a5. But as we saw from our brief analysis, um, this line also can work out pretty well for black. So c5, b takes c5 followed. Now, the question is what pawn to take.
Yeah,
It,
like if you take e5 pawn with
with
queen, for
knight or with a
instance,
queen?
or with
With a queen.
knight,
Hmm.
the bishop is hanging, but you let these pawns be alive on the queen side. They're connected, they are strong
Hmm.
pawns.
Yeah, and we see the Valbar. So now we just need to prove it to show why is it so mean to white? Why it doesn't like this continuation at all. We're entering this concrete stage. We can draw errors and show how pieces stand well on different squares. But as they say, chess is 99% of tactics. And when this tactical moment comes, you need to show precision in calculation. And it's not that easy to do. And you can okay, now when talking, while I'm talking, I'm trying to take this time to think. That's why I talk so much. But while talking, I realize that white is actually not threatening to take on c5. In other words, if I just go away with my bishop, you're not taking it. I mean, because of this fork.
All
And
right.
if you
Okay.
make like a move, well, here's rook 8 is also possible, but then I will jump on d7, will protect this pawn, and those past pawns will just make the game.
Mhm. Looks very nice position here for black. If those pawns survive, then white will struggle to stop them. All right, let's get back now and take a look very quickly what happens after rook takes c5 if white makes decision to take this pawn.
Okay, we also have one more move, right? Capturing with the knight.
Mhm.
But again, keeping those two pawns alive, two pawns together, it's always quite risky. But she does
indeed
it.
took that. Yeah,
She
took
does
with
it.
the knight.
Okay, we can still have a look at what was to be expected after rook c5. So it looked like a more logical approach, right? Again, just because of the fact that you didn't want to keep those two pawns protected. But we see that the Valbor is considering this position.
Probably queen b6, attacking the rook, and b3
Yeah,
follow
probably.
up.
Yeah, probably queen b6 attacking the rook. But again, the rook will somehow move away, and then this pawn is just on her own, meaning that even, okay, let's try, I'm not sure, rook c4 maybe, meaning that
b3.
if you push it, right, I can blockade it. I know that the queen is not the best piece for it, but still, and then somehow try to attack it and win it back.
Right.
So that was a plan that looked as the most logical plan for me in this position. Again, I'm not sure what would be the best move for black here, because if I play knight d7, which is very tempting, then the rook can go to b5, right, straight away, not letting black's queen go to b6. Maybe knight a6, which looks, again, a little bit weird to put this knight to the edge, but here it protects the pawn. Rook b5 doesn't look so strong anymore.
I think
although you still
you
need to
might lose
consider
right away somehow, like
queen
bishop
d7 or
bishop d7, queen d7. Yeah.
well, the pawn is still hanging, yeah, after rook b5, so you still need somehow to protect it. But okay, still there were some decisions to make. While after knight takes e5, let's see what's happening. After knight takes e5, those pawns are alive, which is a great thing. I mean, they're together. The pawn on c5 is protecting the pawn on b4. At the same time, after rook c5, right, it was easy to develop with an attack to protect, and somehow it felt like it was giving black more time. And now the question remains how to protect this one, how to protect this pawn.
We can do either b6 here right away to have this pawns
Yes,
supporting
but
each other, or knight a6.
The knight, b6 leaves the knight on b8. So that's kind of not a good sign. But at the same time, yeah, you need to make moves, right? I was thinking about playing queen a7, for example, but then b3, b2. You really got to be careful now about this pawn. You cannot leave it but so I don't like aesthetically b6. Knight e6 we discussed already without the pawn on c5. Again, here's a knight is on the edge of the board. I was thinking when we were discussing that maybe I can do something like that because this pawn might not be hanging because of knight d7, so protects it indirectly.
Hmm. Yeah, looks very good to pin the knight. And also to open up the room for the rook. This rook from f8 has not played yet. Maybe rook to c8 to support c1 or rook to d8 just to get this rook into the game.
Yeah, so there are many ways to play now for black. And as we can see from the Val bar, he likes black's position, but who knows? I mean, who knows if black makes an inaccurate move, then e4 can follow knight c4, and those central pawns they can become quite dangerous.
Yeah, and also this knight from b8, the initial idea of knight b8 was to get the knight on c5, and somehow now this is stopped by the pawn. We have really nice pawn on c5, obviously, that guards the pawn on b4, but the knight on b8 is kind of like out of the game and not having much of the functions. And needs to looks like it has not even developed. If you just join right now this game, you might think that black has never developed this knight and is behind the development. So I think at some point Lei might also consider to take care of this knight. But she's quite limited now because the pawn on c5 is hanging, and if you lose this pawn on c5, then two pawns, double pawns on b file, and very strong center with e4, e5 would be really, really big challenge for black.
Yeah, it might be, but okay. It seems that this game is kind of very slow one for the moment, but it's gonna speed up. I mean, soon, very soon. And I see some discussion in chat that classical chess is boring and etc. etc. I must say immediately, stop this kind of discussion. I do love blitz. I mean, my favorite part of chess is blitz. I can play blitz whenever I'm able to play. So I just love blitz. But I do believe that chess still needs classical time control, especially when playing for a world championship title. I don't see any problems with having World Rapid Championship, World Blitz Championship, World Online, World Bullet, World Hyper Bullet, whatever. But classical time control should exist at least for for world championship, for world champion to determine a world champion. So let's keep it alive. Let's give those players an opportunity to think. Let's try to enjoy the game. Let's try to dive deeper into details. Try to understand what those players are thinking of. I mean, sometimes I know that in the modern world, we need to do something fast. If we're not making a post in 1 second, the life is, the world is collapsing. But actually, to stop, to take some time to think, it's a very important knowledge, especially in the modern world. So let's appreciate and play blitz afterwards.
That's actually true. For me, the most pleasant is when I play classical chess and have time to go through all these details. That in blitz games you cannot go with so much details, and the quality of chess is a bit far from your real quality. So the mistakes are low, the time is more. That's what we really like. So for viewers perspective, yeah, that's really cool to see the blitz games and even sometimes bullet games. But guys, just put yourself in the player's position. I don't think you would like to play limited when you have no time on the clock. So and there's always the room for all time of controls, right? We can enjoy this
Yeah.
one and the other next day. So I
Yeah,
think the most
exactly.
challenging for all the players is this kind of tournaments when they have to play one classical or two classical games and then they tie breaks with a different time control. To adjust that might be a bit difficult, but more than that, it is just fine, guys, to
No,
play
that's
long
why
games.
they're professionals, right? They need to find a way to adjust to
Mhm.
switching time controls, to playing under different conditions. And it's not always comfortable to be a professional player. Sometimes you need to play in um, quite difficult under difficult circumstances, but still, I mean, it's
Mhm.
your profession. So
Yeah.
whoever is more flexible is better to adjusting to switching wins.
Yeah, yeah, indeed. There's a comment in the Twitch channel. I would like to read out. I like classical streams with commentary. I can leave the computer and come back in a few minutes later, and nothing has changed. And
That's
Lay's
good.
just
Stability.
organized.
That's so important in life, right?
Yes.
Mm. Okay. And if we get back to the position, yeah, the question still remains how to protect this pawn directly or indirectly, if you wish. We also see that Lei
Mm.
is approaching in time-wise time, so they both have about 15 minutes for the remaining moves till the 40th move to reach the time control. So the time trouble is approaching, and we're excited, the blitz part.
Yeah,
Okay,
and I
but
think we're
now,
gonna have it
mhm.
for sure. This game is nowhere close to end. Very soon in a draw, and we have 19 moves now. We're gonna have it's almost half of the game before the 40 moves, so we might have some kind of decisive moves in this last half an hour for these two players.
Yeah, definitely, because there is a lot of pressure in the position. As I said, like the calculation part of the game has started. Every move um, brings a lot of, well, it needs to be precise, right? If you make a mistake here, then you can end up in a lost position.
Mhm.
So that's why it feels as every move values more. Of course, every move matters, right? In a chess game, but here it just the tension, the stakes are high because you cannot make any mistakes, any inaccuracies anymore.
Yeah, that's true. So waiting. This is another time when light is taken uh, a lot of from the clock. 11 minutes now, a little bit more than 11 minutes. She's diving.
She's
She just
about to make a
noticed the
move.
clock. Look at her
Mhm.
looking at the.
F6.
Oh,
Wow. Oh,
wow!
that's a move I did
F6.
not expect. I did not expect it because, well, it kind of weakens a lot of white squares around the king, right? And
And Zhongyi plays in a second. I'm
in a
sure she likes
second,
this move.
although, I mean, there were other moves to consider, right? But again, since they're running quite low on time, mm, they cannot allow themselves take this luxury of thinking longer, and they need to take decisions faster. So let's see what Lei prepared, because definitely this kind of move was connected, yes, to with a certain idea. 97. Oh, I stop. I just don't guess correctly for the moment. I mean, I
This is
because
interesting. So
yeah, this is
she.
interesting, but it allows 96, right? So she calculated probably that after 96, well, something
Bishop
something is
G6
gonna.
probably.
Well, bishop goes somewhere, and knight b7 is not a good idea because the knight is just goes too far away. We saw something similar with black's knight. Remember, in some lines after e3, knight e2, knight c3 that we calculated at the beginning of this game. And here, this knight is trapped, or it feels trapped. You can play b3, you can play rook b8, and it just can be lost. So even though knight d7 covers the d file, it lets this knight get to d6, but white shall not go for it. She shall do something else, maybe even playing some sharp, taking some sharp decisions such as e4 and then e5. But again, you need to evaluate this. You need to calculate all those lines like e4, bishop h7, e5, b5, and whew, it can lead to a complete disaster immediately.
That's right, knight to d7. There's a trap, as we have just demonstrated. Knight d6 looks very tempting, but I think Tan Zhongyi will drop that move very fast after seeing all these lines. Is there a way somehow white can stop the queenside pawn, something like queen to a7 to go after b7 pawn as well?
Well, I
Queen
think
a8 though.
yeah, queen e8 might be. I don't know. I mean, I was thinking about opening up this bishop playing d6. I'm still trying to use the fact that black played f6 and weakened up this white square, so I didn't look in this direction. Let's see what's gonna happen. I mean, it looks a little bit slow, and remember we discussed that the queen cannot really leave this. Um, she needs to control this b file because, for example, if one day I play b5, then b3, b2 can come. But okay, it's nice words, but you need to prove it with lines.
Yeah,
Queen
that's
a8,
true.
you were saying. Okay, yeah, let's have a look. Queen a8, rook a8, and now, I mean, knight d6 again is so tempting, but the problem is that here b3, I think, is just winning the game.
Hmm.
Oh, no, it's not.
There's bishop e4
No,
in the
it's
end.
not. Yeah, because
Yeah.
there is bishop e4. Yeah, and so before you sacrifice, you need to double check.
Yeah,
So
that's
b3
right.
is not winning just yet. You need to be a little bit more patient. But what is winning? Because something is winning according to the evaluation of the computer. I mean, of course, I can play bishop g6. I was afraid that after e4, this bishop is going to be like closed.
We can probably now push b3, rook to b1. And can we go for rook to a6 to attack the knight, and if knight takes b7, then c4, and just to roll the pawns?
Yeah, we can. Because, well, knight b7 seems to be going very far away. We can even play c4 right here immediately. Or rook b6, include b6, and then, no, probably c4 straight away. If bishop f1, then bishop e4. It looks bad for white. And okay, where are we? 97, after 97. The current situation is that after 97, white is thinking, and we just analyzed knight d6 as it's getting too far away. Queen e7, the queen's exchange is in black's favor. Okay.
There's another idea here, like after knight d6, and when this bishop goes away, let's say bishop to h3 to get this bishop on e6 to activate, maybe later on to play queen a4 and somehow to get the c5 pawn back.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. But let's see why it's not working. According to the computer, again, the eval bar gives us hints that something is not right after this move. It's not easy to say straight away why. Maybe even playing b5 might be an option.
Yeah, when we leave these diagonals in some of the lines, maybe the pawn on d5 will also hang. So,
well, we should
queen b6, knight b6,
keep
f5.
in mind that black has an extra pawn, right? So, for example, well, queen b6 and knight c4. I think your idea, right? If I play knight e5, then you're gonna take on b7, or you're gonna give a check and
Check
take on
first and
b7
then
and
take.
take on
Yeah.
c5. So just a lot of okay, let me try. And if I play f5, it looks a little bit sad to close my bishop with that, but okay, your bishop is out of play as well, and the pawn here is going to be hanging. I really want to play queen b6 if you take on b7. And I do want to exchange queens, as we've already discussed, because black has an extra pawn, and those past pawns are advanced. She went back.
Knight
She
to
just
e3
played.
to attack the bishop in
Ooh,
this way.
okay.
And Zhongyi had a 8 minutes a second ago. She's back to 14. I think she has really less than 10 minutes on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
And it will be updated soon.
Mm-hmm. Okay, knight is free. She refrained from jumping forward. She decided to keep her knight protected. And also, what's important that if black goes away, right, to g6, then still, I mean, I feel like playing d6 all the time here. I want to open up this bishop so much, but the computer doesn't like my intention. But I do want to play d6. I want to like open up this bishop, attack this pawn somehow, try to use this diagonal. Okay, maybe just b6 or b5. And but then I can use this square, to jump with a knight. And again, white is a pawn down. And yes, she has some initiative, some compensation for this pawn, but she gets to be really, really careful, because one inaccurate move, this initiative slips away and she's just losing.
Yeah, that's right. And the time is ticking for both players. They are now equal on the time. Position is still very complicated. I think it's a good time now to bring our co-host into the business. You guys, in a few minutes, you're going to see your favorite commentator, Dania Nordisk, joining us. So we're taking a break, and I'm sure you're not going anywhere because you want to see the end of this game and also Dania to join our team. So, guys, we're taking right now very short break, and we'll be back, 3 of us.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
I remember that day. It was unreal. I definitely felt like I was walking on air. Yeah, it was like such a beautiful feeling because I won the first championship that was actually combining women and men into the same section. So in addition to winning the title and the money, which I really needed, it was like something like $9,500, but I was like a college student at the time, and like literally that was like all the money I had in my bank account after cashing that check. So that was really cool. And then also I got an IM norm. So it was like a little bit of everything.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Women's Candidates Final, and we are joined by Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Dania, you have not slept at all. It is early morning for you, and I saw that you were streaming all this time. Tell us, how do you feel, and are you excited for the match?
I'm incredibly excited. It's an honor to be joining you, Ketty, Alexandra. I feel like that guy who waits around when somebody's preparing dinner, and then the moment it's served, I'm there to eat the food. I missed the opening part of the game, and I'm joining right when it's gotten to its most interesting level. So really happy to be here. I've been playing Blitz all night, but now it's time for me to put on my spectator hat and watch some real players duke it out in this time scramble.
Yeah, let's do it right away, because we are having really interesting moment when players are having both of them. Less than 10 minutes. We have left just like 2 moves before, and last move that we were looking was knight to a3. Let's pick up from that.
So we had knight to e3, move 21. They have 19 moves to make before the time control in less than 10 minutes for both sides. The bishop dropped back, d6, king h7. Alexandra, I know you were making the point about white wanting to play d6, so we finally have that move. Do you think it came at the right moment?
Yeah, I was screaming for it. I think I would do it myself if I would be playing d6, but somehow the computer was not that supportive of this idea. After d6, I checked in the break. It was suggesting queen b6, attacking the pawn on d6 immediately instead of king h7. But okay, Lei decided to do this tiny prophylactical move to move the king away from this open a2j diagonal to h7. Okay, it gives time, right? And Tan is using this time to bring the knight to d5. Again, is it a good decision or a bad decision? We're gonna see. I mean, it looks very, very good. Knight is heading to e7. White is, I think White can be happy because she's been playing with the pawn down for some moves already, and at least now we can feel this initiative that can be crucial in time trouble.
Daniel, do you think that king to h7 actually stops knight to get on e7 anyway from white side?
It's hard to say because knight e7 I think is still a dangerous idea. The problem is that if black's bishop moves away, then white's got a bunch of checks on the b1 h7 diagonal. Queen b1 check, bishop e4 check. Both of those moves can be incredibly dangerous. So knight e7 I think is still a serious tactical threat, even though it doesn't come with a check, which I think necessitates black to solve her problems as quickly as possible. I have my eyes on the move knight e5. Maybe this is too concrete. Maybe black doesn't want to part ways with c5. But I think if Lei can eliminate the d6 pawn, then she's going to have the machinery necessary to protect her king. I don't know if she can fight 2 enemies at her door at the same time, the pawn on d6 as well as the possibility of knight e7.
What about queen b8
right.
right now?
Queen b8.
I mean, it looks a little bit sad. Yeah, queen b6 looked so much more logical before king h7. But since the enemy is here, right, the pawn on g6 should be eliminated. Then just maybe putting the attack. Oh, of course, we need to calculate knight e7, queen d6, knight g6, but maybe we can hold there.
Yeah, I'll put the moves on the board. Queen b8, knight e7, black grabs d6. Now she's 2 pawns up. Knight takes g6, king takes g6, and the question is whether white has some way to exploit the weakness of the king. You could also throw in the move rook to d1. Caddy, I don't know what you intuitively think about this position. It seems to me that black is holding on.
I love the king on g6. That looks really awesome piece. But Tanya, the things started when black pushed f6, and we were really shocked with that decision from Lei. It was really unnecessary to weaken the king, and we might see this kind of position in the end where king will be very, very active on g6. I don't say weak, I just see it as very active king.
Queen a8 is on the board.
Wow. Queen a8. one square to the left of b8.
Right.
Obviously, a queen trade is out of the question. That's fact number one, right?
So you would play queen b2. You would keep the queens on the board if you were white.
At least intuitively, yeah. Queen b2, though, there's queen a3, and then white's queen makes it out narrowly to d2. I think that might be the only way to keep the fire of white's initiative alive.
Right. Is queen a8 just as hopeless as it looks? It might be, right? So it might be very bad for white to exchange those queens. So that makes white's life easier, right? It's so easy to make the only moves.
Queen a8, rook a8, and then
Bishop
the only
h3?
chance, bishop h3, maybe, yeah. But worst comes to worst, black could intercept with f5, or black could even play knight e5, because even if the pawn reaches d7, black could stop it with rook d8. I just feel like the three passed pawns would be too much for white to bear
Maybe
if the
even
queens
play
are off the board.
Maybe even play b3 after bishop h3. Who cares about this knight if the pawn is gonna be a queen, right?
Nice. Tang just made a move. That's queen to b2. She doesn't want to trade the queens. Lei can actually press more with queen a3. That's our suggestion. Is there any other move, Dania, that black can actually keep it go, more pressure?
Well, there is still Alexandra's move queen b8, although it seems like, having said A, you have to say B. So if I had to predict a move, I would predict queen a3. It also occurred to me that if white plays queen d2, black could push b3, and somehow I forgot that the bishop on g6, we've been thinking of it as a weakness. We've been thinking of it as the target of white's knight, but it's also a great asset because it's controlling the promotion square, and b2 is a devastating threat. I don't know if there's a defense after queen a3, queen d2, b3. Maybe white has to play e4 and close the diagonal at all costs, but looks like white's hanging by a thread there.
Indeed.
That's a lot to deal with low time on the clock. About 6 minutes now for white, and still 16 more moves to go. That's a huge pressure. That's when the panic starts, right, Alexandra?
Yes, and if we're thinking about attacking the pawn on d6, queen a6 is also an option, right? It was not possible to play queen b6 because of the knight on d5, but now it is possible to attack the pawn from the side.
Yep, queen a6, a serious candidate move. I think black is deciding between those two moves down the a file. I don't know if I'd be able to resist the temptation to clarify the position with queen a3. Let me get this straight. Time control is only move 40, right? It's not move 30. So black has both sides with less than 7 minutes for 16 moves.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
In this position.
Yes, and if after queen a3, white exchanges, white takes a queen, is it hopeless? So let's take rook a1, rook a8, and then somehow trying to, I don't know, to play knight c7, knight c3, something like that.
I think it's worth exploring. Knight c7 opens up an attack on b7. I think the rook probably has to go to a5, otherwise knight b5 is a fork.
Exactly.
Midabar seems to believe that after something like bishop takes b7, the pawn on a3 is not going to promote on its own, and it's definitely not going to promote in the absence of its neighbor, the b pawn.
Yeah,
True. And on the other hand, white also has this bishop to c6 move, or bishop to c8, also to push the d6 pawn forward.
Some counter ideas.
This kind of becomes a 3-result game, because I'm looking at some tricks. Let's make a random move. This line is catching my eye. White plays d7. Looks like black wins the piece back with rook a7, but suddenly knight e6 comes to the rescue. And knight f8 would pick up the rook. So black can't fall asleep here either.
Exactly. That's what I like about this line for white, that it kind of, it looks dangerous, but it feels that I might get some counter chances, right? After knight c7, bishop takes b7 connected with the d6 pawn. And that's what I wouldn't want to do again if I was black. I would prefer just to win this pawn on d6 and just promote those pawns, b4 and c5 pawns, into queens with no counter chances. for my
Less than
opponent.
3 minutes on the clock for Lei, and she has to make a move. She cannot play on the seconds, right? You guys think that this game will end before the 40 moves? What do you think, Alexandra?
Might be, well, it might not end, but we might know the evaluation of the position. I mean, it might become a winning for black or like drawish. I think, yeah, we will. The time trouble is going to define the evaluation, yeah, somehow.
100% agree. Well, the game might not end, but we might know the result after
Exactly.
move 40. I just don't see how another 16 moves could go by
Mm-hmm.
without any clarity being reached in the
Queen
evaluation.
A6.
In the meantime, Queen A6. So Lei Tingjie refraining from the queen trade and instead going after the D6 pawn. Now the ball back in White's court. So, Alexandra, you were obviously mentioning knight e7. Do you think this is still White's best counter chance?
Well, she cannot just let this pawn be lost for with no ideas, right? So she needs to find some counter ideas, and the only ideas that I see is knight e7, knight takes g6. The only problem, we discussed it with the queen on a1, right? After queen b8, we analyzed it a little bit, but with the queen on b2, there are no rook d1 ideas, and it seems as a quite an improvement for black not to consider this rook d1 all the time.
There's queen c2. Meanwhile, like knight e7, knight g6, and queen c2 to get this rook in that way on d1.
Knight f4.
Knight
She
f4.
played, but it's okay. It was the same idea, right? After queen takes d6, she
Yeah.
is getting ready to capture on g6. Although I'm thinking about something like h4, like keeping the pressure on. Queen takes d6, h4. Okay, forget about those two pawns. Just play on, keep calm and play on, or grabbing on b7 for the moment. And a threat is more unpleasant than execution sometimes, especially in time trouble.
Yeah, I mean, from the perspective of Black's time pressure, Ketty, I think you'll co-sign me on this. You often want to make moves that force your opponent to make decisions. So it's finding that balance, right? You don't want to deliberately refrain from a forcing move, but you want to give your opponent rope to hang themselves.
Yeah, but it's so tempting to take this bishop on g6 and get this king on g6 where we have a lot of checks. For instance, queen c2, rook d1, queen b1, rook d1, bishop e4 is on the way to. Those are the temptations now Zhongyi has. And after these checks, it is very difficult to bring the king at the safe place. It's very far from h8 square. And if you push pawn forward and play f5, then you might fall after f4. So let's see how Lei responds here. Dania, what do you think? F5 or king f7? Ooh,
f5 is the answer. Yeah.
Yep. Before I could swallow the water that was in my mouth, Lei Tingjie covers the check with f5. It has pluses and minuses. Obviously, g4 is a classic idea, but it doesn't seem to have enough fuel for the fire, because even if you take on f5, the king could potentially hide on f6. So is White going to spend this valuable tempo grabbing the pawn on b7? Or is White going to direct her attention to the king and play a move like e4 or g4? Or rook d1?
Well, probably f5 was played because Lei considered it to be the only move, since after king f7, queen c4, right, was possible, and okay, to go with the king to e7 looks a little bit over-optimistic. But right now it feels as White has enough compensation for the pawn rook d1. Well, you want to play, usually you want to put your rook onto an open file if you have a chance with a tempo, especially. Then grab the pawn on b7 and then open up with e4, something like that.
Yeah. Rook d1 is on the board. Queen is under attack. Queen can't go too far because knight on d7 is hanging. And after queen goes, for instance, e7 or c7, Dania, what would you prefer personally, g4 or e4? What's the difference between these two moves?
Yeah, you're asking all the tough questions. My instinct is g4, and one of the lines that's stuck in my head is if White plays e4, Black could hide the king away on h7 and then meet e takes f5 with knight f6. I'll show a sample line. Let's say queen e7, e4. Even a conservative move like king h7 could be very unpleasant for white because suddenly the attack fizzles out. If you compare this to the same position with the G pawn on f5, I think white has superior attacking prospects because at least you have a mobile pawn mass that you can try to use to dislodge the knight away from f6. Yes, this is cumbersome. The eval bar is laughing at me. It's laughing a very evil laugh, but that at least is my instinct. Alexandra, do you approve of this logic, or do you think white should go after that b7 pawn, as unglamorous as that move appears?
Yeah, a pawn is a pawn, right? And from the lines that you showed, from the eval bar laughing at us, we figured out that pawns are actually, have some value in chess. And that's why I'm just afraid if white is like diving too much into an attack, making like those e4, f5 moves, forgetting completely about those pawns on the queen side, that she might just end up facing those three passed pawns, protected passed pawns, and a very sad and desperate endgame situation.
Whoa, lots of moves here for white, and you guys say that bishop b7 is the move that Tang should choose.
No. Just we're not sure. You can never be sure, right? In such a complex position in time trouble, it's such a difficult decision to make, because in time trouble you like tend to look for those active moves, right? You want to attack, you want to give checks, and you feel like playing e4, g4. You try to get closer to this opponent's king, but somehow if it doesn't work out, it just game over.
Yeah, and there's even rook d5 like that. Those aren't even the only candidate moves. Bishop h3 sets up some devilish tactical ideas like bishop takes f5 and g4, and it's so crazy. We all play 3+0. 4 minutes sounds like so much time.
She went for it.
When you're sitting at the board, that time evaporates so quickly. I like this move. Bishop takes f5 is a very hard move to defend against.
But it's so unlogical. I think it's a very difficult move to make, because you're kind of moving your bishop away from this long diagonal where it feels it belongs so well. And yeah, but okay. Chess is a very concrete game, right? It's about moves you make right now, right here.
Right, and you can't even run away with the king. King h7 will lose the piece after bishop f5. Knight on d7 is hanging. Is there any move to run away with the king and avoid to lose the knight, Tanya?
What to
I
do?
don't think so. You can't go the other way. Knight e5 was my instinct because white can no longer sack on f5. The g4 square was protected by the knight. Of course, after knight e5, you have to reckon with the move f4, but that in turn weakens the white king. So I was trying to calculate knight e5, f4, knight c6. I mean, there's a check on e3 hanging in the air. You could have a perpetual. This is a all-out 3-result game, and I'm starting to get worried for Lei Tingjie's clock. She's got a minute on the clock. Suddenly, she's down 4 entire minutes.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It feels it can turn around, drastically for Black, who she was enjoying such a pleasant position with an extra pawn, and suddenly, okay, it's now about your king. And when your king is so exposed, right? Bishop f5 is in there, rook d5, for example, after knight e5, rook d5, I like a lot. This kind of moves, it just
Nasty.
keeps on the pressure. Whatever you do, I will have some replies. I just even knight g4, rook takes f5 is to be considered. So what to do? Okay, now you need to make a move.
You need to move because it's like 30
seconds.
seconds.
Oh
30
my
seconds
gosh.
for 11 moves, guys. This is so bad situation for Lei Tingjie, but she keeps cool. She keeps cool.
No, she does. She's not.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
18. 15 seconds now for Lei Tingjie. She doesn't see a move, and there she goes. It is
95.
95.
95.
Rook d5 immediately. Oh yeah, I like this.
Immediately. Wait, but now the king can run away, I think. Now I think maybe the king can make it to h8. Then, of course, you're going to give up the c5 pawn, but I don't think white can capture that pawn because of ideas of b3, deflecting the queen away from the rook.
Whatever. You're ready to give up all of these
Just
pawns.
get that king out of that danger zone at all costs.
Exactly. B3, whatever. You want to just release this pressure. I don't know. B3, queen, B3, rook, D8, whatever is needed. But
Then
10
12
seconds.
seconds.
come on.
Jesus,
come on.
make a move.
Here we go. Does she see her clock? She
7,
hasn't even started
6,
making a move. 4,
4,
3,
what?
2.
Oh my god.
Oh.
And so calmly. Yeah, now I remember.
Oh, she blundered. Queen takes c5.
Oh my god.
Queen takes c5 ends the game.
I
Knight
got
is
scared.
hanging. Rook is hanging.
Rook c8, rook takes c5 is what Lei Tingjie missed. And that's it.
Whoa.
No.
Hold on, what happens
Queen.
after queen c5 and rook e8?
Rook d6.
Rook d6. Oh,
Oh my
wow.
gosh.
Sad. That's very sad.
And the worst part is
no.
how elementary this move is. Literally, you have to take on c5. This is
Wow.
begging to be played. Panic by
Of
Lei
course.
Tingjie.
Yeah, it was a complete pure panic. I mean, I recall that Lei was a player that kept making moves on 1 second, but you see, in this position, she didn't handle the pressure.
Tan
Yeah.
All about
is
king safety.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
is
it.
pretty shocked now. She takes the pawn on c5. Too many threats. They plays
Knight to
knight to
d7.
d7.
Hmm.
That's
You know, the
Can we
funny
just
thing
take
is
it?
rook d7, queen d7, queen f8, last ditch hope by Lei Tingjie to use her b pawn, but with the king as weak as it is, I mean, I think White could just go for checkmate.
But
in that
what about
position
queen
with
b5?
e4.
Queen b5, is it? Ah, the pawn is not hanging on f5. Yeah, so knight b6 would be possible.
I mean, even that should be winning.
Oh, such a sad finish of this game. Such a tragical finish, I would say, for Lei. How she's gonna handle such a loss. I mean, she was pressing, she was so confident, and suddenly looked at how things.
Yeah, plenty of the time on the clock as well. While Tan was struggling on the clock, everything just went all the way down. We're gonna take a look at the game, but before that, we need to see if this game is going to finish before the 40 moves. This is kind of direction, guys, we are having now. Rook d7 is the one move, but for sure there is other moves like queen to d4. Dania, what do you think? What can be
Yeah.
the strongest move here for White?
I love queen d4 actually, because the last thing that you want is dragging this on. You want to finish it off while you have a chance. I really like queen d4 because if the knight returns to f6, you take twice on f5. Okay, she goes for the simple approach. Rook takes d7. You can see the EVA bar drop quite a bit there. So if I'm Lei Tingjie, I'm encouraged, right? Queen d7, queen f8, throw the pawn down to b3, and with a pass pawn on the third rank, anything can still happen.
Yeah, but it's still hard to believe it can.
Oh yeah.
Black can hold it, right? So. And Tan, she
B3.
just believes that a piece is a piece, right? Queen d4, yeah, some pressure, some threats, but here's an extra bishop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah,
B3,
that's a sad
B4.
turnaround. Queen e6. It would be interesting to see how many actually there were moves that would, hold the position and even give Black advantage if there was any left. And Queen e6, such a blunder.
Should
2
now
seconds.
White play king to g2 to keep this bishop on h3 or bishop to f1 to cover the check, Tanya? What do you think?
Definitely king g2. I mean, I think bishop f1, b3. You want your bishop on h3 because this is a mate threat. So king g2, I think Lei is going to play queen d5. White's going to play f3. Black's going to play b3. And then there might be some way to go for mate, but you could also just slide the queen back to b4. And ultimately, the weakness of Black's king is what precludes Black from trying to get this pawn down to b2. Black is totally paralyzed in that position. I think that's how the game is likely to wind down. But yeah, king g2, I think, is important here.
Yeah, and then f3 is followed by e4, right? Queen b4, e4. It's not so clear how to protect, how to defend from this plan.
Yeah, king g2, but Tan Zhongyi taking her time now. Just doesn't want to ruin the golden opportunity that she's gotten, but you don't want to overdo it.
Yes.
Right. She knows exactly where to use the time and where to blitz out Alexandra. We have seen some of her moves. Very strong decisions made in a second.
Oh,
She
bishop
goes
F1.
with bishop to f1. Oh.
Okay. I guess she sees something concrete after b3. What could it be? Huh.
Maybe just queen
Is it
b4 to stop the pawn and
queen
then to push
c2?
e4.
Huh. So b3, queen b4. But what if black goes queen c2 there? Because b2 already becomes a threat. I guess we're about to find out.
Okay,
Queen to e8 check.
Whoa!
And queen
Whoa,
b5.
whoa, whoa, whoa. But
Or
queen
queen
c2
c2.
anyway.
Is the
Wait,
engine bar
but then
goes
e3.
level?
Then e3. b2, bishop
Oh
d3.
my God, what is she
That's
doing?
What... No. Queen b5, that's fine. Queen b5, queen c2, e3. b2, bishop d3. And everything is under control.
Bishop d3, and then I have a check, but you play
Yes,
king
king
g2.
g2, that's fine. The bishop on d3 controls this diagonal perfectly. Everything is... We need to be cool.
Wait,
Everything's under
I'm
control.
still skeptical.
Okay, where does your king go now? Also.
Okay, let me try this on. King h7, queen b5. I guess I'll make those on the board fast. Queen c2.
Maybe queen b1.
Maybe
queen
queen.
b1.
I was going to
queen
play it
b1.
after e3, but you played immediately.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is it gonna
Okay,
be a draw?
E3.
Guys, is it gonna be a draw?
Look at this position. White can't play king g2 because black steps away with check and wins the game.
Come on.
White
Lei.
has no moves. And queen c1 is a threat.
Okay.
King h7.
But I'm sure Lei is gonna do it.
Queen
But
b5.
this
Oh
And this
my
is the
gosh.
moment.
How to play bishop f1? How to pin your knight? You see nerves. I mean,
It's-
sometimes nerves do.
Lei doesn't know the engine bar.
She feels
and
it. She feels it. The closer
feels
the
it.
pawn gets
Yeah,
to the
her
first
eyes say it
Yeah.
all. It's like, is this really happening? And you know, like my coach used to say, when you miss that first win,
No.
the wins get
no,
harder and harder.
F4.
What was that?
What is she
F4?
doing? Come on.
No.
But that makes it worse. It opens up the diagonal. That is the only pawn that stood between you and a bishop appearing on d3 with devastating effect. And she
Why
gave
is
that
she
pawn
doing-
away.
Well, now e3 even, no?
She's counting probably to get queen c2, queen g6 check.
Yeah,
Is
but
that only
E3.
one check?
e3 and queen d3.
The game is over. Although, okay, the square, h8 square is black square, right? But there is still a pawn on g3, so...
I feel like from what we've seen, the game is going to be over when there's like a king and a queen versus a king. Then I'm going to have the confidence to say it's over.
Ooh, but what a miss. I mean, what a decision by Tan to play bishop f1, and what a miss by Lei to play queen b1. Not to
Not to try to push her pawn.
Yeah.
I mean, even queen c2 would be more understandable, I think, than f4.
Well,
Is it
but
you?
then...
She saw it's not working and she didn't go for more ideas with like queen on this diagonal.
That's why probably she thought that something like f3 might work here. No.
But queen d3 trades.
Well,
the
yeah,
queen?
but I thought maybe for some moment she thought that the king is not going to escape from g1, but okay, h3, g4, king h2, king g3. That's sad.
I would hypothesize that she missed d3 because if white had taken on f4, then I think she was intending queen b1. But too many hands spoil the broth, and she thought that she had a queen g6 check later on. She wanted to weaken the white king. Instead, she weakened her own king. Getty, would you agree that, I don't know,
Yeah.
I feel like e3 is an easy move to miss, and queen d3 is going to lead to
Absolutely.
resignation.
Yeah, it's sad. Very, very sad.
Wow, just imagine Lei Tingjie when she checks that with the computer or someone tells her right after the
she
game.
resigns.
And handshake, here we have the first result of the match, guys. Tan Zhongyi won with white pieces. We cannot say convincingly won the game. It was a lot of ups and downs, but it's a victory and very important victory. Right, Dania?
And a little shake of the head there by Tan Zhongyi, who I think senses that those last 5 moves are not going to make it into either player's best game collection when they write their memoirs 30 years from now. but what a heartbreaker for Lei Tingjie, who outplays her opponent in the opening and then, loses her cool in a critical moment and then gets a golden opportunity, Alexander. I mean, how many times do you get an opportunity like that after you lose control of the game?
Yeah, after you blunder a whole piece. I mean, and we discussed that getting this endgame with an extra bishop was even didn't feel like the best moment, right? The best possibility for white. And if she would have saved this game, I would I would be sure she's a clear favorite. But now things
Oh.
are different, far from different. And what I must say as well, that handling losing a game, especially in women's chess, it's very important. Even in the match that we already discussed, Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Magnus Carlsen. Remember that Jan was not able to handle this first loss, right, in this sixth game of the match, and that was a different game. That was a very tense game. But here, it's the very first game where Lei has a great position, a lot of chances to win it, and at the end, she blunders. She still gets a chance to save it, and she loses it. Nevertheless, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough to recover from such a start. So that's that's gonna be interesting to see what she is gonna do tomorrow.
That's right. Out of the 6 games, one is done in favor of Tan Zhongyi, and now she keeps the uh, leaders' positions in this match. Dania, you have missed the opening. To I'm sure you have already seen what happened, but let's take a look together and go through to these things. Second move was D3. Do you found this interesting or weird move?
Yeah, I mean, normal, interesting, and symmetrical are three words that will never be uttered in association with this game. And it all started from the second move. I mean, D3 is a move that often transposes to more normal lines, but it most certainly didn't transpose to anything normal after Black's third move, setting up this kind of Morozzi bind. But it's a strange combination of several moves, and yet it worked out. I haven't looked at the game deeply enough to know exactly where things went wrong initially for Tan Zhongyi. Alexander, can you maybe shine some light on when Lei Tingjie started taking over the initiative in the opening phase of the game?
Yeah, definitely. Actually, we felt as Tan got an edge at the
Hmm.
in the game, especially after this decision to exchange this dark squared knight, followed by h6, quite a weird move, and that led Tan to start her counterplay on the queen side immediately after a5. She went for b4, even though she could have, prepared it for a little bit longer, but she went she for this b4, and it felt as a very good moment indeed. And but here, right here, after knight takes b4, she started taking a lot of time. Every
Hmm.
single move, almost 30 minutes it took for her to take the decision whether to take or not to take on b4. Then after bishop takes b4, after this exchange, she continued the game with rook b1, quite a solid way. She had other moves such as d4, c5, other, but here again, she spent a lot of time, and finally she didn't go for like calmer, more positional approach. Yes, with transferring the knight to c2. Probably she disliked the bishop g4 idea. After knight e1, castling knight c2, bishop g4, she disliked something in that line, and that's why she felt obliged to go forward, and she started playing aggressively, but it backfired. Actually, it backfired. She missed probably bishop f5, or didn't estimate it correctly. And here suddenly Lei had a big advantage. After d5, she had a very pleasant choice. Yeah, we analyzed both possibilities: to go with her knight to c5, knight b8, knight d7, knight c5, or to get to a5, which looks a little bit dubious, to put your knight on the side of the board, but it has a very straightforward idea: knight b3, followed by queen b6, and then b3, b2. I mean, a very direct way. Knowing the result now, we could have said that that was the key moment, because after knight b8, unfortunately for Lei, Tan did not sit and wait. She decided to go for yet another pawn sacrifice, right? She poured some more oil into fire, and some hectic play started to happen. Again, from the engine's point of view, the position should be in Black's favor, but this f6 move, I didn't like it during the game. It weakens a lot of white squares, and that's what happened. Those weaknesses, they turn out to be the key factor in time trouble.
Indeed. And then d6, white continued to get active. And then, of course, I joined at the most interesting, perhaps one of the craziest sequences that I have seen in like any candidates tournament. This is going to take me a while to just adjust to what happened. And Ketty, I think you're probably on the same page. It was all really relatively normal as far as time scrambles go. And then things started going completely haywire after rook d5. First, Lei Tingjie panics with queen e6. Even a move like king h7 should keep black in relatively normal working order. After queen takes c5, we were sure the game was over, and yet, in many ways, the game was only just beginning.
Right, Danny. I think at that point when Lei Tingjie had only 2 seconds on the clock, we three of us also panicked, and everybody in the chat, because I honestly thought we would see first result as flag. So queen e6 is the blunder that normally Lei Tingjie would never do in normal games and normal days. But after these, things are just going worse and worse for black.
Yeah, I mean, queen d4 here would have ended the game. This was the easiest and simplest win. Forcing knight f6, you take on f5, sign the score sheets. In fact, white doesn't even have to take the pawn. Queen c5 check literally picks off the rook. That would have ended it immediately. Okay, she plays rook takes d7. That's a simpler approach. It's a less accurate approach. And here, even though bishop f1 still wins, Alexander, I think you were very surprised by this move. I was very surprised by this move. Zhongyi makes her bishop artificially passive, giving black a golden opportunity for counterplay, which black could have capitalized on with the drawing move. In this position, queen b1.
Yeah. With
I think at this point, Lei already knows that queen b1 was saving her game. Someone already told her that this was the move. And that's the worst feeling, right, Alexandra, when someone tells you that.
Yeah, I'm thinking that actually, yeah, probably we already mentioned it, but the idea is not, I said queen takes f1, but no, white's going to play e3, b2, and then the problem for white, that the queen on b5 is kind of glued, right? There is no way to improve the position because the queen cannot capture on b7, cannot go away because of queen c2. Yeah, king g2 loses due to queen e4 check. So there is no way to improve the position since queen c1 after f3 is also, I mean, it's a threat, right? Queen c1. And yeah, it should be a draw after that. It would have been an amazing save for Lei, but she missed it. She missed this possibility. She played very difficult to explain f4 move. Probably considering only g takes f4, but we know that chess is not checkers, right? You don't have to take. You can just exchange the queens, and the game was over here.
It was indeed 38 moves, and how much action we had in those 38 moves. So as we discussed, suddenly the narrative is clear. Lei Tingjie is down a point, but the good news is that she has plenty of time to make that point up. When you lose early in the match like this, it's disappointing. You get off to the wrong start. But the silver lining is that you have the maximum amount of time. You don't need to panic. And most importantly, you don't need to go all in. You don't need to go crazy in the second game.
Yeah, so Dania, after seeing whole game now at this point, and also see all the tense situations in the end of the game, what are your thoughts? Do you consider any of these players favored in the match? Do you think it's equal fights, and we're gonna see the tie breaks? What are your general thoughts for the start?
Well, I'd characterize it as some sort of chaotic equality, a state of anarchy in this match has been reached. And I think that is encouraging for Lei Tingjie. It would have been a lot more disturbing if she would have been out-prepared in the opening, if she would have been outplayed wire to wire. So she has to pull out the positives from this game. In particular, she got a big advantage of the black pieces, always good. She had plenty of opportunities, and she didn't play nearly her best chess. So I think she's going to go back through the game, consider where she might have taken a little bit too much time and where she might have made uncharacteristically dubious decisions. And for Tan Zhongyi, I mean, this is a dream scenario. You win a game in which you got off to a very, very bad start. You could have lost it 7 ways to Sunday. Instead, you're sitting on a 1 point lead. And I think for Tan Zhongyi, going to be very important to play solidly tomorrow. Try to make a draw and cement that lead. Alexander, you have a lot more experience than I do in these situations. Do you think it's important for Tan Zhongyi to play solid tomorrow, or is she going to go all out and try to build a 2 point lead?
Yes, that definitely feels like the key moment. Suddenly, we've been discussing with Katie what to expect about this first game, how the players are gonna take it slow, not slow. Well, they are not taking it slow, that's for sure. The match started with a decisive result. It already, well, means a lot. Some logically, it's not draw means draw just gives a match like a very calm right approach, while this victory, Tan's victory, might mean so many things, and we're gonna find out tomorrow again how Lei gonna handle this pressure, because it's terrible to lose the first game in such a style with so many chances even to win this game. How he's gonna prepare for her first mm, game of the match with the white pieces, how Tan will play. I mean, so many questions, so many interesting, I think, moments are to expect tomorrow. So I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to seeing this second game, because Lei will be playing with white. What did she prepare for the game? How will she react? And so on and so on. Yeah, we're gonna get some answers tomorrow, and that's very exciting.
Right. We have seen already too much, although it was really early for most of us. But hey, it was totally worthy. So, guys, thank you so much, Alexandra and Dania, for the amazing commentary. Also, big thanks to our chat being so helpful and very active. Also, Chess.com team is awake from the very early morning. You guys, we're going to continue to see the games from tomorrow. We're going to have 3 games in a row. Then we do have a break and the players will have a rest day, but you don't want to miss any of these actions. See you guys tomorrow, the same time, same place. And yeah, that's it. Bye.
See you tomorrow.